any opinions on anything.
Oh gosh, the Dublin guys were like, oh cool, watch that boat up.
I'm sure get mentioned frequently. Yeah.
I mean, it's serious. Like, well, like, what are you gonna do, you know?
What are they gonna do? It's wind up in a weed eater.
So funny.
It's funny because that used to be like, I mean,
You guys are out of it.
oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We just happen to be up there and it's like right in the middle of the Orange Day.
Oh yeah. You're still doing the same shit. They tagging us at Neighbors Day.
They had pallets built, like these pyramids of pallets built. And I mean, and they're right next to the housing.
You know, that's all the bonfires.
Yeah.
Bonfires.
And they were building these massive bonfires.
It's to stick it to your neighbors that are 6 streets over.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it juniors talking at 12:30? Yeah.
It's weird.
About the
side, like, look at this.
scene assembler. Okay, I figured that. Mostly to the remote people, I assume.
Like, you know, the symbolism.
Whoever wants to join in person. I sent an email out to everybody who signed up as a team. Yeah, that in the spreadsheet, so I just sent out a blast. Okay.
So I heard all about this in my childhood. That's what he used to say. It's like, well, you talk about, they talk about bell pouch all the time. But I said, oh, you were doing all the same thing.
Something arranged. I remember talking to a guy who's
Only a couple of years, but yeah, he didn't make it in the first team.
Sit on the foot for
Yeah, that was brilliant. We went over there, I was working, and he walked out there, and he goes, he just walks up to the front gate, and he goes,
Yeah, and my issue is I sent out an email blast for it, so
went back, we walked on the field, we'll tour the stadium, we'll tour everything, yeah. And a friend of mine said, they have plaques there now, all the players.
It's not hard, it's literally just
that's amazing.
Isn't that great?
running up and being that's half the battle. It's just
Okay, before you go, can you just see just press the
okay.
the point of what's going to be here is going to be what I'm sharing.
Yeah. People like Jerry, a couple years in advance there for those, and so we saw Celtic cards, and it was impressive, you know? Oh, really?
I saw a few
Gosh, when we got in the
yeah.
all Celtic fans flying over to Scotland.
It's like it's unbelievable.
Oh, it was the party in the plane. It was amazing. It was incredible. That's what I miss about it. You know, when they used to play like the they got the Seven Nations. Am I missing a nation here? Six Nations. Six Nations. Sorry, I'm missing a nation.
Let's do it.
We gotta go see that.
Laptop?
That was amazing.
I'm not sure that.
When Ireland was playing, when Ireland was playing, like just the whole city is just a buzz. You know what I mean?
the rugby's schedule just different that and share that share your desires.
It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's like it's angry energy with the football. The rugby guys are all, college leagues, so they're all like, you're all, it's a gentleman.
That took me so much to get through my head. My dad used to tell me, he's like, rugby, that's an upper class. That's really upper class. You're like, they're beating the hell out of each other. He goes, no, that's upper class.
Ferocious.
Yeah.
They say that soccer is football is a game for
remember Scotland was there, and things like, you go on
Best day of the year to be going to.
yeah, you go on the, what do you call it, Lewis, you go on the trains and stuff like that, everyone's wearing kilts, and like you said, like the Irish and the Scotland, they don't exactly have that, you know, hatred, and they're all just loving each other, and singing, and just a good time, you know. You never get good. It doesn't matter what it is.
I remember I was too big years ago. We got a friend of mine actually. We decided it was time to start singing these football chants down the beach in Fenway Park. Yeah. We were looking at it, no, what the fuck is going on? One guy's singing and they're getting through the whole fight off.
Yeah. It's hard to get that thing. One place that is interesting is Philadelphia with the baseball. Because Philly can get mean, they can get mean, but really they're again like their thing is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Right? But they like to act like hooligans.
Yeah.
Right? So you go to the baseball game and they'll just go, you know, the poor guy's sitting in the outfield, right? In the baseball game, the outfield in the other team. And he's just, you know, he's got 15,000 people behind him. And they will just give it to him the whole game. And it's just, when you're watching it, it's just, you're just, these guys get drunk and they're just mad. Yeah. So that is a good time.
It used to be like that before. I used to go a long time ago. It's just so expensive. I can't afford it
That's a great Irish saying right there. Take it to a
shame involved whatsoever, like, you know, you want the next thing.
They put in all the corporate boxes. Yeah, exactly, right?
But essentially, we're talking about like the
definitely you notice a tone change. I know that's a good baseball too.
Well, I mean, all the stadiums now, they figured out they make more money off the corporate boxes. People
baseball is just so unfortunate inconvenience.
Yeah, it's exactly right. The event, yeah. If you look at someone said, look at the new stadiums that they're built. It used to be, you know, all this land for all the common man and regular tickets, and then they would put some corporate boxes up there. Now it's like 3-4 levels of the corporate boxes and just a few seats down here. And they're like,
Alright, so
This is the thing you put yesterday,
I've never seen it. We went there.
this basically get started. Alright, so basically right now I have this back up. So basically this forming racing. Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, you gotta go do something random, like the other, you know, it's like, you're going to hike. I was like, so I'm showing them this section I just did yesterday. I wanted to
Take a picture of the race form. So, right, you tell me. Deep dive and tell me.
that already closed now. But yeah, exactly. I'll show you the end and I'll also show you how I will continue to talk to you.
Like all this
This is the same thing.
Compared everything, did all the data analytics in 5 seconds. Totally saying, I'm like, okay.
It's right now, service running, go browser, go to this. And for the 3D.
Yeah, are you getting great? Because Ireland, a lot of them are training. Training in Ireland.
and yeah, that's where it's
So this is actually what it made for me was this medieval fair, but it's basically like
is this where it requires some lighting or something
it
change?
made this separately. I was like, and so I don't know actually where this is being hosted, but yeah.
You can get this.
Yeah. I know exactly. That's what I want to do today if I can. Just depends on what I can do with my laptop, basically.
this is already next level. This is not something that
Good, right? Probably put that.
I just, yeah, and again, I did this in less than an hour, truthfully, like dedicated time. You know, I basically just talked to him a couple of times and told him what I wanted. And it created this without me even telling him what to create. I just basically said create a scene for me to test.
Program for those rescue
Right?
dogs.
And so this is the scene, and then if I go into here,
So the goal is to get this in RP1.
correct, exactly. In theory, the process will be somebody random is going to build or create their own independent scene. Whether you do it manually with AI doesn't matter. But in reality, and this scene will actually work in RP1 for RP1's environment based on our best practices. And we have all of these. And so my next thing, I actually want to make sure that it does follow this, but the idea is like, I don't know what the fuck any of this means. So I'm telling you to say, hey, you know.
Can you just like copy this page and give it to Claude and say build based on this?
Well, basically I'm doing the inverse. I'm saying, hey, I want a service that people can take what they built and check it out. So people will use this service as they get changed to service. Yeah. And so here,
We'll open it up for everyone.
exactly. So I have this specific folder is the only folder that Claude has access to.
Got it. Then you hear all the stories about how Claude just deletes your whole fucking infrastructure and everything.
And so what happens when I go to the assets, and I'm going to click all these, and then put these over here.
You are a really weird evolutionary.
So all of these GOBs.
So then what do you have to do to actually get it to now?
Set up path,
And they hate everybody who works. Yeah, they're miserable dogs.
But if somebody builds this
She
in
protects them
RP1,
like
I
they're
think anybody
baby.
that's in that area can see what's there. It's just there.
If you come around,
Like
someone's
that
come around.
amphitheater you guys have, like everybody can see that.
Right, so just hold it, peeing on her and shaking it. They do that. Feels really healthy. Dean's got he just speaks plain English to this dog. Right? Understands every word. Yeah. He'll even tell him, hey, you know what? About an hour. I'll take you for a walk in an hour. And the dog, okay. And he'll go lay down and then come back in an hour. You know, it's just incredible.
Truthfully, but yeah, I mean, it affects right now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm taking up your day here. So go ahead and throw that in PowerShell, that string right there. You have a destination line. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
We haven't done, when will all launch out?
So what's the first thing in 10 minutes? Are you hosting it?
Yeah, I'll introduce everything and then I'll hand it off to you. But again, basically here is some concept of how you're going to basically host it. And so you given branches of the hackathon, first was the simplest deployment yes and so what it was how you describe your fabric deployment, one or many large scene. Let's see what it says if I do large scene.
Does Dane build these parameters?
I gave it all yeah, exactly. That's like all the documents that we and then you already have this installed now, right? VPS on Linux is good, right?
This thing excellent.
So, every state kind of different developers.
Here's why. These things.
So, real quick, just go to objects here and there's something in there.
Yeah.
Already.
You're live.
Yeah, there's that object here. Yeah, that's basically the house. The house of the duck.
Testing. Is this on?
You want to see what I did?
I know someone's listening like this. Like,
So I created a scene validator. So when somebody builds their own scene or assets, they can drop their files in here. I just did that. So I built all this first. So scene validator setup.
Are you a hacker now?
I know, 100%. Yeah.
You're a hacker.
And then how to I did. And then how to publish. This is basically like making sure that it's like walking and then I basically said, hey, I told Cloud Code to create me a scene to use. And so it created this environment.
And you can put that on spatial fabric and you'll see them up here on the
And so so I basically gave this all of the assets that it used to build that. And it says, yep, you're good, basically.
So if I go to RP1, can I find this?
Well, the next thing that I need to do is
Attach it to, create the data fabric.
So, but to get there, I need to understand what that is, and so then it asks me, okay, well, was I given a VPS credential by this hackathon? How do I want to set it up? What's my OS? And so then it gives me the path to do that. And then as I publish, I go through all of this, and then it gives me like a checklist of other things like that. Good. So yeah, it's pretty good. I did this like periodically.
You're like our internal Ray now. We got an internal Ray now.
Yeah. I'm finished now.
Dude, it's coming from
I know these come through your job. Well, the best thing about us is, like I said, AI to replicate what Dean done on the server side, I think would be very, very difficult. Because it can't invent something. It'd be quite interesting.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. Maybe we can, yeah.
So back to your scene assembler.
So yes, this is what I
How many? By the way, how many do you think shows up later for the Senate? Is that how it works out? So if you get more crowd, like that's probably more people show up.
We have 22 servers.
How many of them? They're not done with the process, but they're here. Yeah. Yeah. So some people they don't even do that. They want to. By the way, if you haven't seen, have you seen our AR demo yet?
Showed me the presentation.
Yeah, we got to do it.
We already have 60%. Just send it out like that.
Wait. So there's an after party. So aren't we going to tell people from here to go walk over to Sandbox VR? But now on Luma, it's showing as a separate thing. But you don't want people, because a lot of people will then not come to this one and just go to that one.
No, this is after. So the one
What time is so it's 6 to 8
on Luma? The event here starts at 5 actually.
until
Till basically late like 10:30 is where Luma specifically.
got it.
But then Sandbox starts at 7:30.
Got it.
And so basically it is here first. It should be pretty clear.
Yeah. By the way, what I'm thinking is, since we're not going to have a lot of people for lunch, one or two things we have to bring by lunch because it's way less than yesterday. It's not that big. We're going to have this many people like this big deal. We're going to order some pizzas.
There's this thing called Blondie's. Blondie's.
It's a good pizza.
I need to get your ramped up.
Exactly.
We can get a giant pizza.
Oh yeah, that was the stuff.
Is that good pizza? I'm down.
Like greasy,
Just good, greasy, crazy. Yeah.
and if you tell them
We're getting some greasy pizza in the metaverse.
that absolutely blew
Hey, did you read the back of your Did you read the back of your Did you read the back of your t-shirt, by the way? Did you read the back of your t-shirt?
Yeah.
All I got was this stupid t-shirt and a slice of pizza.
It's the best.
Oh, it says that on there?
Yeah, you didn't see this?
No, I have one of these. I didn't see it.
Yeah, look at the back. You know, that's the funny thing. Yes. You gotta make it fun a little bit. Yeah,
This is such a cool location to have something like that.
oh, totally.
Assembler, you throw the server up there, and then once you publish it, it'll show here. So right? If it's in the URL somewhere else, there's supposed to be a way to search. And the search feature
Taking the
is
dump
good.
in.
You can actually search inside of your so other people can actually find you in your space. Right? So those are ways to do that. I think that the search feature is good.
All right, everybody, welcome, welcome. What's going on? How's everybody online in the Matrix? Everybody in person? Woo! If we can get everybody who wants to learn about the scene editor with Junior. Scene assembler, I should say.
The guy who built it, invented it.
So there are two options. The people who are going to be seeing you online are going to be looking at you through this camera, and right now they see this screen, and you could sit here, and you can project to this screen with the HDMI.
I have a Mac. I'm going to need an adapter. Do you have an adapter? Okay. Alright. So wait, where do I sit? Am I sitting
I'd say
there?
if you sit here, it might make the most sense because then they can still see you talking.
Okay.
So if you want to put your laptop down.
Okay.
And then Ray texted the group Ray texted the group a Google Meeting link.
Oh, so like remote stuff?
Correct.
Got it. You just share your screen. Okay. Can I hear them?
I can monitor the chat.
Okay, so you're going to connect to the projector, and you're going to join the Google Meet link and share your screen. Okay.
Instead of you uploading everything to ask for the
Welcome to day 2 of the Open Metaverse Hackathon at Frontier Tower with Vibe Coding Nights, Immersive Commons, RP1, and others. I feel cool when I hold a microphone like this. What's up, my friend? Welcome on in. We're about to do a scene assembler workshop with Junior. If anybody is interested, and again, this is the core tech built by the RP1 team to help you all be able to take your assets, put it onto a fabric, and then be able to deploy it live in real time here. We're about to give you a nice walkthrough of this. How you doing?
Is this clear for everybody?
Yeah, this looks like that. I like what the world looks like. Maybe this isn't how other people see it.
Oh wow. This delay might be pretty substantial.
Yeah, there's trouble.
Right now, hold on. I'm going to turn the camera here while we get everything situated, and
Why me?
just to show behind the scenes. As we wait for our resident expert here to come talk about the scene assembler,
I'm the guy.
he's coming over. Junior is running over right now.
I'm the reason
What's up, everybody? I'm David. This is
Right now, I'm the reason the stream is lagging because I'm installing Redis and setting up a Docker. This computer.
so Deep Thought Bits and the Reincarnated. If you have any qualms, issues, just this is the guy you need to call out.
23% drop.
There's an outlet over here. There's one way over there.
Again, you don't have to sit here.
Wait, that's the, yeah, and there's the socket, and we'll give him the HDMI. Okay. That thing. It's all going to be on that side.
Setting everything up. Appreciate y'all's patience. Oops. Make sure the camera is still going. Still plugged in.
Can I sit next to the projector?
It's up to you. I think the idea is like if people at home can't see you there.
Well, I can plug in my laptop.
Yeah.
You can bring the chair. Okay. That's fine.
And where does this go? You guys still got an extension cord, yeah?
Extension cord for what?
My charger. So I can sit there.
Wait, why do you have to sit here?
Sorry?
Why do you have to sit here?
So my charger is not on. I can't connect it.
Oh, you just connect it back here. You can connect it back here.
Okay.
I don't get it. So that's not charging there?
It is charging it, but he said if I sit here, they can see me.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you'll just be sharing virtually. Yeah. So you'll sit over here though. But here, Junior, I'm telling you, this will be better.
Yes. So
This will be better because what will happen is you can still present to the screen, and then it'll still be on there. The seat is perfect, but if he wants to plug in, it's right here.
Charger.
Whatever you wish.
Look, I'll set it up for you guys.
Okay.
This
I see what you're saying.
camera, it's all, everyone's happy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
He's in the, he's going to be
So what am I? So what am I showing? Am I showing how to install it?
Yep.
Seat assembler, and then all the way through to whatever, however far you can take it.
All right. So am I talking to the audience here or the people at home?
Everybody.
Okay.
Everyone's listening.
Well, I want to like help them with what they're doing now. Have you guys, hello, everybody. Hello. Hi. Welcome. I've talked to some of you guys here. Thank you for joining. Thank you to everybody online. Hello. The Scene Assembler is a tool that you can use to easily put 3D objects into what we call a spatial fabric, which can be accessible through a metaverse browser. A lot of you guys that I've talked to are already putting stuff in there, doing insane stuff, and some people that are replicating things very easily using any existing scenes you can find, or any you scanned or collected. The most important thing to know about the Scene Assembler and putting things in a spatial fabric and streaming for the immersive web is going to be to create images and textures and objects that are going to stream about as instantly as you can get it. That way it's going to ensure that everything you put in there can be seen by everybody very quickly, always. I call it be working efficiently. It is how you should be thinking about the metaverse. It is going to outlast anything that is currently there right now. Sorry. So the Scene Assembler, with that said, works really well with super efficient 3D models. I've explained to some of you guys have reached the challenge of bringing stuff in that you found on Sketchfab, on Blender. I know some people online had some issues with that, and there's a lot of garbage out there, unfortunately, that will need to be cleaned up. I have reached the point where I think it's going to be easier to use AI to generate super efficient models that will work. I've explained to some of you how to do it. I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to show you how I, the person put together the Scene Assembler, create scenes. I can tell you that I have gotten to a point where I can create, if you guys have put or attached your scenes to
Corona or Symmetra, which are non-Earth planets. I have gotten Halo to show up there, not Halo, a model that kind of looks like Halo to show up on the outskirts of Corona. And I did it with AI, and I did it using a CSLer, and it can be used, not today, but hopefully in the next few weeks, it can be used to create stuff in outer space, satellites, and some of you guys have started creating scenes of a room. Some of you guys, I think, replicated the floor here, which can be done through existing tools on an iPad or an iPhone. You can have, and there's a link somewhere in here that I can post on the Discord, that you guys can do this in any way you want. If you're going to start from scratch, I would recommend using AI. If you want to do simple reproductions of your office, of your home, of any place that you have access to physically, you can use iPad apps. Again, I'll put them in the Discord soon, where you just walk around the room. I believe we may have had a guy here that did that, who was probably hard at work. He replicated the 16th floor. He put it in RP1, and I believe he is refining his idea. We will be hearing from him soon. Okay, so what I'm. Oh, sorry. So what I will do. Sorry, where's the Google link that I'm supposed to? Okay. My phone's dated. Could
You want me to send out Slack?
Slack? Yeah, I got it here. How many of you guys have used the Cena Cylinder this weekend or maybe before? Hey, cool. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. So I will go through it. There are easy steps outside of this hackathon where you can go to the wiki.
Is it supposed to be
Not the.
Am I? What am I doing? Yeah, it's gonna be. Is it not? Let's see the entire screen. And but David, you sent me the slide.
Yeah.
Ask to join.
Yeah, start taking. Let's do that.
Let me show people my face here. So this is what people see who are virtual.
Yeah. Whatever you share through the Google Meet.
Should I cast my screen there, or can I?
Entire screen.
The entire screen. So sorry, I'm casting it to this.
It wouldn't affect it. Just
Okay, do it again.
You're gonna join the Google Meet.
I have asked to join.
Brilliant. I'm gonna accept your Google Meet request, and then you just share your screen, and you're solid.
You need to let them share the screen. Alright, perfect.
Okay, sharing my screen. So like, as I was saying, there are some people here who are using our shared hosting for the remainder of the hackathon to get access to the seed assembler. But for tomorrow and hopefully from this point forward, you can go to omb.wiki. We have our getting started guidelines here. If you want to install and get quick access to the seed assembler, my recommendation is to use Railway, which is easy to get started. It's free, it's mostly done for you. You just really have to follow this tutorial. It's fairly quick. It does require a RP1 Developer Center account, which you can all get for free. Once you do follow these steps, you will get access to the scene assembler. And which I recommend using the wiki to just get an overview. This here is just a super quick demo that you can see of just the basic functions of the scene assembler. I will call it MS Paint, but for Blender. It's super dumbed down for someone like me who just wants to put something in 3D, and that will work seamlessly with RP1. And so that's our current version of it. Some of you guys have already started working with it. Some of you guys have started importing some, I believe, AI-generated scenes and putting them in here, and I think some people are doing it immersively as well. The scene that you create renders JSON that you see here on the right, The idea of this was to make it about as easy to share as HTML. So I could be an HTML expert. I will share some personal history. I'm only sitting here because someone once sent me some code and helped me out with it. So I thought I would share in this experience by making it easy for everybody to get the basics of what they need to port in their object. So while there is some code that can be used to import scenes into RP1, I have made it so that you don't have to worry about it. But if you're very curious about what that JSON is or how it works, it is here for you, and it's a WYSIWYG, so what you see is what you get. As you make changes, values and relationships in the JSON also change. And it can be used to share scenes from your server to someone else's. So these steps right here, just giving you the basic how-to of how to access this and what you will need. I recently added a getting started tutorial, which is really cool. Once you follow the steps for setting this up, you will get access to the scene assembler. So I'm just going to take you guys over to my installation of the scene assembler. Okay. So I have this is my current scene. I did some debugging with one of our developers here. I have a couple of AI generated objects that I brought in from something called Tripo AI. It's free. I recommend. Oh, this is the halo that I was talking about earlier. I brought it in. So it's an object that was created by AI. I tried to describe the halo ring structure, and this is what it gave me. It gave me a donut. But it's good enough for me. You make it really big. You can use the tools that are built in the scene assembler. Move it around. If you know your way around Blender, you can use similar shortcuts to use it. Hang on, I need to adjust my microphone here. I also added the ability to replicate things as easy as Adobe XD. And as I'm adding these objects and moving them around, they are dynamically added to the code as well. All this does is it assembles the scene for you. It places the positions in the position that it's supposed to take up. There's quite a lot of values to calculate as it relates to that. Before the scene assembler came around and I was very interested in adding things into RP1, my question was, how on earth am I going to move anything here? And the answer was, well, you need to pick a point in space and set an origin and move the object there. Okay, I want to rotate it. And they said, do you know quaternion values and how to calculate them? I said, what's a quaternion? And so Wikipedia page later, I realized I'm not going to do this. No one on earth is going to be able to do this organically. We need a tool. And so for me, it started with a simple GLB viewer that I then, my thinking was I was going to use this like a calculator. I was going to use this tool to just get me the values that I need to put a single object in a database and just rotate it. It ended up being very complicated when I wanted to add a second object and I wanted to move it around as well. A became C, C became D. Before you know it, I just had to do code for this because while the scene assembler itself could have been this very easy drag and drop tool where code has no real impact on it, the reality is that it really does, because everything that you see in RP1 has a value, a position, a source file. Like this is just like the web. The web has a source, and you should always be able to look at it and check it. I have, because of this JSON code, I have been able to troubleshoot things with various people that are trying to bring objects into RP1. And so code, I think, is the foundation for a lot of that, to share information and to get an understanding of how things work. For all the projects that you may pursue in the future, I just hope you guys keep code in the back of your minds and to make sure to make it as accessible as you can to everyone. For those of you that are new to the scene assembler, I recently added a getting started tutorial, which you can access through here. It's fairly dynamic, thanks to Claude. You click it, and it's a very simple hello. It explains everything. If you guys are not used to Blender, if you have no 3D software experience, then you're in for a treat because you don't have to know anything really. It shows you the viewport, how it works. I call it the 3D canvas. I am a graphic designer, so I think in terms of a canvas. and while we call it fabric, we call it all sorts of things here. To me, what you create in this scene editor is it's a space, but it has a canvas. You do have some limited space depending on where you attach in RP1. You can't take over the world here. You do have a limit on the size that you can put objects in. I have a context menu here, which you can, just by right-clicking, you can right-click on the 3D space so you can see the options that you get. By clicking a single object and right-clicking, you can reset the transform. You can drop the object to the floor, which is really nice for spatial design. And you can also select or deselect. Let's see. We have a scene manager, which the scene assembler allows you, like Photoshop perhaps, you have access to multiple files. So some of you guys have created multiple scenes. I know there's a guy here who did different floors of the Frontier Tower. He created 3 different scenes for each one. He has ambitions to do this for real estate as well, but he's starting with Frontier Tower this weekend. So you can create multiple scenes and host them and put them in different places in RP1. And you can access this and the JSON for all these objects through using the scene assembler. We have scene settings, which allow you to set what I call a canvas size. It's the size of your lot, think of it. You do have fixed space, it's not infinite space, and so you need to use that space wisely in how you size things. Things in RP1 are measured in meters. The scene assembler everything is in meters. We're trying to keep it very true to life sizing so that when you're creating in the scene assembler, it looks like you're playing with toys. That's intentional. But you should be creating for life-size scenes and objects, plants, everything you can think of. You should be thinking in real-life scales. The last thing that this scene settings menu has is something very important, which you will need to connect to RP1. It's called the fabric URL. All you need to know, it's going to make it incredibly easy for you to bring in everything you just created in the scene assembler and make it visible in RP1 for anybody on mobile, on desktop, in VR, and one day AR. I have included undo and redo functions here. So just, again, we all make mistakes. You might do something great and you might have to undo it. You can do that in the scene assembler. You can delete. I know some of you guys had some frustration with this. I purposely made it harder for you to delete things because I think it's very important to be sure that you want to delete things. But there is a shortcut that I put in there to make it easy for those that are into shortcuts. You have the ability to reset camera. You're going to be using this a lot at this stage in creating a scene, certainly in creating scenes for worlds, perhaps. Some of you guys are thinking small scale, rooms, homes even, but we, fingers crossed, hopefully by the end of this year, you can edit worlds and terrains as well. They're all really objects. So again, the point of this was just to put an object in space and have the scene assembler calculate the right values, but I'm thinking worlds. And again, I told you I put Halo up there, so I was able to manipulate it. I can't do it, I need more testing, but it was not ready for this hackathon, unfortunately. You have the ability to export your scenes. So let's say you guys created some stuff here today. I encourage everybody to reach out to us in case you want to take anything home with you and put it in a repository. In case you're confused about where your project might live today, there are multiple ways to export your work, so you should be able to take it home. Just like if you worked on a website today, you want to take the code with you. You can do that with the scene assembler. You can do that with all the objects you may have created or that you might bring in from the internet. For those that are confused and have already tried the export JSON, which is bound to happen, feel free to reach out to me in case you have any questions about what the JSON is, how it works. It looks simple, but it's also kind of complicated if you have tried to export and import, and that's not intentional. It's just due to database limitations at this time. Okay, so the scene assembler also lets you publish things directly. So again, WYSIWYG editor, the point of this is to, once you start dragging and dropping things and moving them around, once it's perfect, you hit publish. And what it does is the scene assembler then converts everything you've just thrown in there, every object, and position, rotation, etc., and it saves it to a database. It's why you need the server. So this isn't like a standalone app, it needs the server. This is hooked up to a database. Everything you're putting in to RP1 has to exist in a database, therefore it has a reference point, There's a unique object index that it needs. It's why the importing and exporting between servers is a little tricky. It's not impossible, it's totally possible. It's just tricky, that's all. Again, and the reason for that is to save backups you know, for AI generated scenes in some cases, some people who did them. All it is, it's just a JSON file with some positional values and a link to a valid GLB or GLTF file. Think of it as like a standard HTML page with images, and you have to link to those images, right? It doesn't matter where you put them as long as they load. That's all that's really needed for the scene assembler. So if you can generate JSON code with that, we're talking about AI generated scenes. I know some of you guys here are busy working on that, and so some of you guys got it. If you guys are interested in more on that, you can talk to me, and I'm happy to point you in the right direction and to share everything I know so we can get closer to this together. All right. So the next thing I will go through, and it's very important, is I started this conversation talking about efficiency, and I worked in something called a triangle analyzer and a texture analyzer. As I was saying, efficiency is going to be very important. Just like for those of you guys who've designed for web, nowadays it's common to save objects or assets for web, meaning they have to be compressed in a certain way because you want them to render very quickly. The Metaverse browser will work a lot like that, the way it does with web, but with GLB assets, meaning that you know, something you necessarily built in Unity that's like 4K HD graphics, while you can totally bring it into RP1 due to current browser limitations, it may not render, and it's just it is just the limitations of the browser technology that we have today. So we made an announcement about the fact that a Metaverse browser is coming. It's so that such scenes and objects can load, but today you're going to have to be incredibly efficient about the objects you bring in. So I need to stress that point because it's incredibly important at this time. In general, you're going to want to keep your triangles, the total amount of triangles per scene, to under 200,000, which, you know, for some people out there who might be wondering, it's fairly limited and restricted. We're talking low poly kind of objects. So with any 3D objects you have out there, you can compress them. You can use AI here to help bring the triangle count down. If you're super gifted with Blender, you could also do it. I will admit, I have not found an easy way to do it, but it's not impossible. With that said, textures are also something you need to be mindful of. We have recommendations for the kind of resolution you should be aiming for with 3D objects, and we again, think small. Today, until we have the native Metaverse browser, it's going to have to be fairly limited. Again, it's just a limitation of the technology today. In the future, we hope to have bigger, more dynamic, super high-res screens. All right, so this will, you just start putting objects into the scene assembler. It will tell you if you're you know, danger, right? So I recommend just keeping an eye on this, because while it's not going to stop you from loading like insanely huge objects. I would like to, but it's better to learn this reality of thinking very efficiently for what you put in here, because it's going to be required. That's just the way it's going to be for immersive streaming spatial experiences. Horizons may not work that way, but that's why you have to wait for stuff to load, and you just don't have to worry about that here. But you have to have something that loads super fast, so it can't be huge, unfortunately. All right, so the next thing I'll show you guys, for those of you guys, is there any question, David? Anybody have any online that, or anybody here about anything I've covered so far? Nothing?
Is there a tutorial from the very start, both as a user and developer? So not yet necessarily.
Wait, is there a tutorial for?
A tutorial from the very start.
From the very start? Oh, like what I just talked about?
Yeah, but like...
Well, they can, at any point, so I brought up a tutorial, so I'm sharing my screen, right? And so if you are able to set up the scene assembler, there's a number of ways to do that. You can just click help, click getting started tutorial, and it'll walk you through just about everything I just discussed.
But can you Yes. Can you move his video to the other side at least? Right now, no. There are no current questions.
Okay. Nobody here? Questions? Is there anything that's confusing that I can go through in detail? Would you guys like to see how to work with?
Apparently, if you want to increase your volume, they might be asking a question in the Google Meet.
Okay.
Wi-Fi is not dropping.
I'm not seeing anything, but should I?
Yeah, they can hear you. So,
Okay.
do you all have questions that you want to unmute?
Mute? Mute. Yes, no?
Yes.
Can they hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, no? All right, so the next thing I can go through is AI-generated objects. Again, like I've tried downloading stuff. I've tried.
His mic. You can just unmute your mic.
Unmute my mic. Okay.
And Danya Morris is trying to talk right now.
Oh, I'm hearing someone talk. Go for it. Can they hear me? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Ask your question. So the next thing I will do is AI-generated objects. Yeah. I've tried downloading stuff. I've tried. I'm hearing like an echo of what I said. I can hear someone. Oh.
I was just asking for any quick advice on lowering texture values. I know you have the recommendations.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
working in Blender and.
Okay. Okay. Let me tell you what I use, and the only thing I use because it's it works. Okay. If I'm sharing my screen, I will bring up this compression thing. Here we go. Okay, so this is the one that I use, okay. This is what I use. It's called convert3d.org/app/compress. This does a really good job. So in the very, very early days when I was putting in my first object, for those of you who have been in the RP1 demo, which I have been a part of for many years now, the first guy, if you've been to the Plaza, which is a little city that we have with a bunch of bots, the first thing I wanted to put in there when I found out that you could add things to this world, it was Godzilla. Because I have always wanted to be where Godzilla is. So I went online, I went on Sketchfab, I found a downloadable model of Godzilla. The trouble was that it was like 200 megabytes. And I spoke to Yinch, who's very, very well versed in how the limitations of the demo, and he explained to me everything I've just described to you guys. I tried a ton of different ways to compress stuff that I was just like, it has to come in here. I don't care what I have to like gut or downgrade, I'm bringing this object in here. So this is how I did it. So what I did is I dropped in, so for you, Miss Danny, who just asked the question, what I would recommend is bring in, go to convert3d.org/app/compress. This is the tool. You can bring in any GLB or GLTF file. Go for it. I can give you guys an example. So this is a pretty big GLB that I created through AI. It is a replica of Dean doing something very wacky. So it's a very simple tool. It can give you 3 options for how you want to compress your GLB file. So let's say I want to do something very high. And you can see the advanced view here. You'll see what it can do. By choosing high, I have the option to weld vertices, deduplicate ancestors' textures, reorder for size, edit position, and so on. Change the format of the textures. I've had good luck with setting it to JPEG. and bringing the quality all the way down. Again, it's gonna degrade the texture. That's probably what's going to reduce the size of your GLB or GLTF most. If you're good with Blender and you really care about preserving certain details, you might just want to simplify using Blender, but it will take forever.
Mute your Google Meeting mic
Mute it.
for the YouTube, and then is there a link for the scene assembler?
Yeah, but like someone wants to access it remotely, right?
Yes, they're saying just can I get a link for the scene assembler?
Yeah, so it's not a standalone app. I mean, it is, but it's specific to the server because you need to attach it to a database. So it can be for people who are here in the hackathon because we can help add objects. This person won't be able to do anything. They need to set up a server.
So yeah.
What they can do if they want to do this right now, they can go to the wiki page and go to install and get started on Railway. They could probably do it while I'm talking here, and I can help them do the rest.
He is, but
Oh, so as I was saying, if you want to compress the object, again, you can just use this tool, and it will bring it down the size. There he is. You can use it to compress the file, and it'll adjust it. It'll tell you how much it saves. I was able to use this tool, adjusting these settings to bring a 200 megabyte scene of Godzilla fighting Mothra to 3 megabytes, and it rendered in RP1. So you can use this. I recommend trying it now if you'd like, and you let me know if it worked out, and if it doesn't, I can help you out further. But definitely give this a try. It will probably help the model or object you're trying to bring in. For the young lady who asked. Alright, so, so I'm going to move on to rendering objects in 3D, with AI, which is incredibly cool. I have several GLBs that I've rendered using Tripo AI, and so Tripo AI is one of many 3D AI generated services. Meshi is another one, but I prefer Tripo for various reasons. If you know your way around code and have no problem installing repositories or getting AI to do it, Tripo also has an open source API that lets you locally create GLB textures with the guidelines, the compression guidelines we have on the wiki. So this is a very important page for bringing in objects, which you can find on the wiki. And you can basically have AI. I've been playing around with this because I was trying to create something. I want people to give me a picture of them, and I'll just make the model for you. I'll copy an AI-generated 3D copy of you as a GLB that you can just put into RP1. I was trying to do that for this hackathon. I didn't have any luck, unfortunately. There's a lot of work that's needed for that. But you can use Tripo AI to just generate objects. So I will demonstrate that right now. So all I do is go to Tripo AI. It's free, so I will walk through what you guys need to do to just get something done today if you wanted to, or within less than an hour. So is it possible to get like a stand for this so I can?
Pull the chair over here.
Load. Okay. I mean, I just need to show you on my. I'm just going to show you guys on my screen, so just try and follow along. Okay. So I am going to join. I'll tell you what I do, or you can do it. You could probably do this perpetually, and I'm going to show you how. So I will show you how I do. I open a new private window, and I go to Tripo3D.ai. And you can get away with just signing up for free. What I like to use is,
Let's see, start free.
I'm just going to use their prompt service, which is here. And you'll need to sign up first. It'll give you You'll have 300 credits, which is fairly generous for what you needed to do. I'm going to show you exactly how I do it, so you can do it for free all the time. All right, but just try not to abuse it, please. Okay, so this is what I'll do. I will use, what is it? PR hack at sogetthis.com. SoGetThis is a part of the Mailinator service, which you can use to generate a number of emails and use it to create new accounts anywhere on the internet. It's an old school developer tool that I learned in 2008, and it still works. All right, Mailinator. What did I call it? Hack PR? PR hack. Hack. There you go. Verification code. Grab this. Paste it. And log in. All right, you're in. Got it for free. You have 300 credits. Right? All right. I think so. All right. So I'm going to use their text to 3D tool. Why isn't this one? Something's going on. All right, I guess I'll use upload. Okay, I suppose this is an option. I have this 3D mock, this AI generated avatar that I was working on. Let's see, it's uploading. Login session has expired. Okay. What's going on here? It's like refreshing the page. Okay. Oh, they reject. Oh, sorry. They did cat. Okay, so I've been abusing this. That's why I'm saying don't abuse it. Okay, so this is the workaround that I found. Temporary email. I'm sorry about this. I plan on taking advantage of this, so I'm going to use.
We're at a hackathon, so you need to be able to hack a little bit, you know, as a connotation. But
all right, this one works. Okay. Here we go. Copy this. I'm going to have to what? Here we go. Okay. I think I'm in. Okay. I'm going to do, what can I do? What do you guys want me to do in AI? Think of an object.
Frontier Tower.
Okay, sure. This is AI's version of the tower. And okay, so this is what you do. You need to disable 4K texture. Just follow along on my screen. Change the topology. Again, we want to keep it under 200,000 triangles. I'm going to be smart and just do something in between. So I'll do 100,000 triangles. Okay, so I have told it build me something called the Frontier Tower building. Include a texture, which is okay. It doesn't have to be 4K, and unfortunately we don't support PVR at this time. In the future.
Can you tell it to actually go on the web and look at the Frontier Tower?
You can provide a picture because it does image to 3D conversion. Again, it's functional. It's not perfect. Some of you guys here have tried it, and you know what I mean. It's still early. All right. So in order for you to get this for free, you need to use their legacy version. So just make sure you always check off 2.5 legacy, and this will cost you 25 credits. So I'm going to have it render this, and it's going to do its magic. So this is, so I have a few objects that I rendered already. This is, so I was looking for a brick wall with I like Doom. I was trying to build Doom, okay? And this is what he came up with. No, no. I had to do Mountain because the first thing I was putting something on Corona, which is an alternative to Earth that we have over there, and it's just blank. There's nothing in there, and so I want to put a mountain there. And so I had to generate a mountain. All of these objects do exist, and all of these can be ported in directly into RP1. I have them in somewhere. I've thought about this because I know a lot of you guys had issues with bringing objects into the scene. Yes, it can be very restrictive at this time. It would be helpful to have a repository of things that work. I know there's a team here that put together a simple version of that, and we just need more of these because we're going to need, I'm not saying we need to convert everything, but we probably will have to convert everything that exists in 3D to work for RP1. There again, for those of you who are very worried about what that means about your Blender objects, it means you're going to have to alter your Blender objects and scenes in some cases completely, but it'll be worth it because you won't have to do it again. That's all I can say. All right, so it finished. Here is something called the Frontier Tower that I created. If you look over here, it usually makes it somewhere within the range. This is a little over 100,000 triangles, and it's here. This is the GLB. So all I have to do now is export it. So now that it's done, you hit export. What I do is I bring down the texture resolution. I'm going to call this Frontier, and Tripo lets you export 15 assets. You could do what I just did by using a temporary email service to do this as many times as you'd like. And you can do exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm exporting it now. And there we go, frontier.glb, right under 2 megabits. All right, so a bit of magic here. I'm going to bring this in. Now this is a special installation that I have set up, which makes this easier. Depending on how you install the scene assembler or the Metaverse server, the way that you import objects into a Metaverse server or the scene assembler can vary. See the wiki for more information. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the Frontier Tower GLB into this repository where I have objects here. It is connected to the scene assembler that I had earlier, which is right here. It's bigger. Let me get rid of the duck. Clear the halo. Open my objects folder, and the Frontier Tower that I just brought in is here. I click Objects button, make this a little bigger, and there you have an AI generated object that we just made. And you did it for free, and it didn't take long, and I didn't use Blender, and it works. And when I hit publish, it'll be live in RP1. So that's really, so you can do that for all the scenes you want to do. If you want to build a battlefield, you just bring in all those objects, put them in the position, hit publish, and attach that fabric to RP1, and you're good to go. I've discussed this with some people who have. Again, it doesn't matter where the GLB or GLTF file comes from, as long as it works. It doesn't matter where it comes from. You can use Blender if you know what you're doing. You could seek out repositories of GLB objects that you can bring in, or you can adapt any objects that you have in Blender. As long as you do that, theoretically, you can create a scene with AI. It's just going to take a lot of work. At this time, it's probably just easier to render the objects through AI, bring them in, and position them yourself. Like you'll finish something in a day versus trying to get AI to do it for you, which I think is smarter at this time. And that's how you create AI-generated objects, and for easy importing into the scene assembler, thereby easily creating scenes in RP1. Any questions?
Can we check the Discord, make sure there's some questions potentially? A little round of applause for Junior here as well.
Yeah, there's a question here.
Okay.
Can you make it so we can hear Junior's audio?
Hopefully that's not a new question.
Over here.
Junior needs to unmute his
All right. What's up, Yule Corp?
Okay.
All right.
I'm ready.
Cool. Connor's here. All right. Thank you, Junior, everybody. I appreciate give Junior another round of applause for the scene assembler deep dive. Next we have Connor coming up talking with us about Ubuntu servers, getting your server set up here.
Okay, hi guys. So you all saw me walking and talking around yesterday. I was about to leave, and then I just spontaneously asked about if I could get a hold of one of these servers. We have 40 of them. And Rayan was like, hell yeah you can. So we got access to these servers, and I pretty much spent until that point until like 5 a.m. Building out a sort of open source framework for Claude Code to have full access to this machine. And it was really crazy and scary, and also just completely wild. The level of possibilities that open up when you give these new models full access to the hardware and the software that they're on. It opens up a whole new world of like amazing and scary possibilities. So we're going to get into that today. We're going to show a demo on how to boot Ubuntu. Sorry, I shouldn't stand next to the speaker. How to boot Ubuntu from scratch. And then we're going to do an open Claude demo of what I was set up and what I was running. You just might have to bear with me though, because we don't actually have an Ethernet cable thing set up yet. So we're just sort of doing this on the fly. But these ones here are already ones that we've sort of pre-checked. We know that they already are capable of booting through the USB drive, so that's really helpful. And then we also have the USB, which already has Ubuntu installed. So those are the prerequisites. You need to have it be in a condition that it can be accepting of the USB, and then you need to have the USB with Ubuntu installed. Once you've got those two up and running, you can really get moving pretty quickly. Would I be able to get a hand with doing some like electricals while I'm walking and talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, just plug that in. And so a little bit of like why you should care. Last night, we discovered all throughout the tower a variety of just open ports. These were things like robots downstairs that we could hack into and interact with. These were cameras, security cameras, motion captured cameras, all of them that were open ports that you could sort of inspect and validate and stream data from. There were thermostats, there were printers, all of this in the tech capital of the world in a relatively upmarket tech village. So if we're at that point, I wonder what the rest of society and the rest of the consumer internet is at. Kind of terrifying. I mean, to think that you can literally just like get a simple computer, and if it's not protected, you can just stream any available cameras around you, and you can just do that. And now a random kid can just boot an instance of OpenClaw or Claude, and they can just start like streamlining their entire orchestration to just like pull every piece of data of your life. So scary stuff, interesting stuff. But okay, we'll get into the demo now. So this one is up and running. We can see it turns on, that's the first thing. So there was category 1, didn't turn on. Category 2 does turn on, and category 3 turns what is like enabling these models to like interact with the hardware. So we've got that pre-installed. You have to do that first, but once you've got that done, you basically just connect and insert, and then you connect and insert. And can I get access to a screen as well? Is that a HDMI?
Yes, it actually is over here though.
Cool. Yeah, just go to HDMI. Okay. It's working. Is that it? No, that's not it. Which one is it going to? Let's go to that screen.
It should be that screen.
The projector?
Yeah, well, it might be over here.
Okay, so this one has Windows installed. So we have it plugged in. We're instantly going to our keyboard and we're going to spam F2. That gets us to this screen. What's happening? That gets us to this screen. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, cool. That gets us to that screen. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to UEFI USB. Because our software is on the USB. So we're going to go to that, hit install, and now we're currently stripping all of the bloatware developed by Gates and Microsoft to slow down our computers, and we're stripping that all down, and we're using the open source framework. What does this say? Do I need to read anything here? And we're basically giving you ownership of your own computer again. So that's kind of cool. So that. Can we make it brighter? If you move it to a cool. Okay. So let's download it. All of the frameworks of Ubuntu are supercharged for enabling your OpenClaw agent or your sort of model of choice to basically be super interoperable. You can write arbitrary files, destructive things, scan networks like I was talking about. You can do some really interesting stuff. You could even fork the operating system and make an entire operating system optimized for computer use. All of these things are like relatively possible now that we have these sort of systems in place. And while the system is booting up, I can't see it. It is, can you bring it down? Okay, perfect. Of course, English, maybe in my case English UK, but English. And then, which one's this one? Yes, just hit enter. I'm going to go to Ubuntu server. So multiple of these things are optimized not even for human use. So we're going to go for the one for human use because we want to be able to see what we're doing. So enter. And then this one is updates. Oh yeah. So now we're going to skip this one for now. Continue without network, that's fine. Done. Done. Ah, we're going to go back. Just get some Ethernet cables if you've got them, please. Any Ethernet cable from anywhere.
Alright. You have Ethernet?
Ethernet.
Yeah, they should be on the wall. So I just need the cable.
Okay.
Can we migrate to this screen? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, I'm sure. Let me see where this goes. Oh.
Is that this one?
Yeah, I just need to put. No. Because that's already there. It's the same cord.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna put it back.
Oh, yeah.
Does that work?
Yep. I think so. Yes, perfect. Okay.
If any of y'all need to move up, feel free. I mean, I know it might look a little small on the screen.
Right.
That's We shall do the demo when we have internet.
What's the problem?
I need internet. So plug it in. There's an Ethernet import somewhere around right there.
Oh, it's not gonna work.
Sorry?
It's not gonna work.
Why?
These ports aren't active.
Or is that internet?
No, you can, like, these ports aren't supposed to be active.
Okay, can you hotspot this one?
We can try.
Sorry?
They could be.
I mean, we can try it, but
It's yes, worth trying.
which one are you? Has no reply.
Yeah. Is it?
This has no reply, right?
Yes. This is my work.
Well, then I don't know.
You can continue showing how to get it installed.
No, internet. Yeah.
I mean, how about to install?
Yeah, I still need internet. Yeah. Okay, is this? It's on. Dell, perfect. All right, stand by. Okay. Perfect. That's much more like it. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. So, with literally just these like tiny little boxes that we got as like e-waste, the things that we were like able to do as we were talking about, and we were sort of like having this fever dream at like 2 in the morning last night, running through the robotics section, being like, what can we find? Like, what can we get into? And the thing is, like, the minute that you have these models instantly integrated deep into the embedded systems on the software, you can do crazy stuff, like wild stuff. You can track IPs, track systems, import data, steal data, do really hostile things. You can also do really cool things. You can modify the entire architecture of the entire software and optimize it, or deprecate entire systems like that with speed, with precision. And
Wait, is this the OpenClaw version?
No. This is the OpenClaw version, that's mine.
Okay, and the keyboard's connected to it?
Yeah.
But I can't see it because it's not connected here, right?
No, that's it.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's connect the projector.
If you can't see shit. Yeah.
Okay. Because I want to get Wi-Fi installed on OpenClaw so you can assist it.
Yeah.
That means we'll get this plugged in back into the projector. Here. To the projector.
Okay, alright, perfect.
Wait,
Alright.
which one has OpenClaw?
Hang on, don't do it or do anything.
Which one has OpenClaw?
The one that says load, because that's my OpenClaw projector. That one.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're showing logo on the projector?
Yes.
Okay.
Where?
I can get you Wi-Fi.
Okay. Hell yes.
You can connect to Wi-Fi.
Yes, okay. And I'll be able to connect to Wi-Fi. Can you do that in the background? So Ubuntu you can do fully headless, which means that your entire time you're doing stuff in the terminal, you're just like calling and compressing files and just operating on a very direct level. But for human readability, that's not optimal. You do want a user interface. So you re-download your favorite user interface. There are thousands of these, many thousands, preferences based on what you like, what you don't like, what you hate, what you love. And thankfully none of them have the bloat of the other two main operating systems, Apple and iOS and Windows. Can you go to the terminal once you're connected?
Oh, you want the terminal?
Yes, I want the terminal. The first one. The first one. Behind it. Behind it. The other way. No, the other way. The first one. Back. That one. Oh, sorry. Sorry, there.
Second one?
Yeah, just do XFCE terminal. Yep. Okay, cool. Now we can theoretically SSH into this bad boy. So we were SSHing before we got into the full headed server. We had to SSH. So I was directly hacked. This is a hackathon, so you're going to do some hacking. We were directly hacked into the server that we assembled. And we chose Ubuntu as well because Ubuntu is optimized for servers. So we've got 40 of these. We want to make them work in ways that are synchronized. They're not just a computer, they're a hive. And so as a result, we chose Ubuntu for that specific reason, but it's also better for a variety of other ways. And now, yes, if you'd be so kind that you can. Wonderful.
If you have your laptop, you could just directly
SSH.
Ethernet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cool, okay, perfect. All right, so what we're going to do is you're going to go Claude login. Yep. Do I?
Take the seat.
Okay. No, I can't reach it. This is hopefully where this gets more exciting. Okay. So just go Claude log in. What just happened?
Just press the back.
Yeah.
You can just
Okay. Yes, I trust this author. This author is me. Okay. Claude is thinking, what would you like to do? You can give me a bit more context. Great. Wonderful. We'll give him some amazing context. What we're going to do is we're going to start by scanning the network. So I said, tell me, scan the network, tell me what you find in detail. Can you hold this? Sorry. Working for over a minute now, running background orchestration systems and commands to see what's going on. And it can know the full hardware of the system that it's on. So it knows that it's got 8 gigabytes of memory, it knows that it's got 200 gigs of storage, it knows that it's on a Ubuntu server. It can pull this information, and obviously Claude being an absolute gigachat will know to pull that information before. And so with doing that kind of context, it can know, oh, I can use the Bluetooth in this machine. So we were connecting my Bluetooth to my phone, my Bluetooth to this, and we were able to have read-write patterns between them on things like volume and music streaming and audio. All of those were instant. And then, it's still going, found 20. So there are now 25 live hosts, which it's going to do a deeper scan on, and it's going to break that down. But just in the immediate radius, it's found quickly 25 hosts that it can analyze and pull some type of information from. Many of these will be protected on some level, but many of them won't be. And they'll just be open internet. Famously, printers are pretty much advertising that they're never protected. They're basically send commands straight away, bro. So there was a global hack where some guy was sending it to all of these printers across the globe. He was like, hey, your ports are open. And he sent them to an article on how to close their ports. And it was this big outrage. And he got crazy sued just for doing that. So, these are the histories of these types of things is opening ports and interacting with things that you don't know. People don't like that, surprising. But it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. It's just cranking away. I guess while we're waiting, if anybody has any questions, because Claude is just working. So if you guys have any thoughts or any questions about what we got up to last night, anything along those lines, that would be cool. But eventually we're going to get an output here that's going to show us exactly what's happening in detail. It's showing us that it's got so it's analyzing different ports for their timeout speeds and then increasing to 2. No, that's not what's happening. Anyway, so now we wait while it analyzes 25 open ports, and you guys can ask questions or anything. Do you have any questions? Yes?
Just trying to catch up the configuration. So you have one open flow instance, one box.
Yep.
And you mentioned some server, server.
Yeah, so there are multiple boxes here. Right now we're only using one because we're having so many technical issues, but we have 40 of them, right? So what can you do with 40? Well, a lot, but only if you operate them in a synchronized fashion, only if they're a server. So if they're separate computers, not that useful. If they're a server, much more useful. So we use Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a component of the Linux system, but it is operated mostly for running like servers synchronized in a synchronized fashion. So that's that mechanism at play here. And also because it's used for more synchronized movements between different components of machines and entirely different machines, it's better when you want to get involved into, let's say, robots, or let's say polling systems, or whatever. You preferably use Ubuntu over, let's say, like Linux, let's say.
So one flow instance gets access to one Ubuntu.
Yeah, right now we actually haven't even touched OpenClaw. We're just on Claude Code, right? We're just Claude Code dangerously skip permissions, but we've given it an opportunity to be like, I do not give a about this machine, like break this machine, we don't care, like do whatever you want, run dangerous commands, it's fine. And when you give it that kind of context, it suddenly gets much more interesting. It's like, oh, I can run dangerous commands that will destroy machines. I can, write arbitrary code to the terminal. So at some point, I'll show you one of the things. We made a bonsai tree in the terminal. So it generates a completely different sort of ASCII art. And that took me one prompt and about like half a minute to generate, and now I have that as a command. It would have taken who knows how long in the past to build those types of things.
I think we have 25 of this, you mean
40
instances.
Sorry?
25 of what?
We have 40 of the computers, the actual boxes. Some of them, we only have 2 here because that was the only ones that I was able to see that even got to the stage of working in time. But yeah, once they're all up and running, the tower is going to have these clusters running, and OpenClaw is going to be able to go through all of them. And so let's say you run them through a decentralized fashion across the entire tower, right? So now they're in proximity to all the, you guys know the Unify thing? You would be able to remotely trigger all of the Unify thing. And you could even do that through a Telegram thing. You'd be able to be like, open the level 5 door. And it would send a command to open the level 5 door because Unify is completely unblocked. so you can just do that. So once you get those types of missions, you can do a lot of different things. And in a distributed fashion, you can connect phones, drones, cameras, robots, arms, and even more that I can't even think of at the moment.
So basically you are taking anything that's plugged into the same Wi-Fi network?
Even different Wi-Fi networks sometimes. So you can have like things like repeaters and but yeah, mostly what's on the Wi-Fi network, what's in the immediate radius, those types of things are the main access channels. But there are other ways to get like through this as well. So what has happened here? Let's see. It might still be cooking. Wait, that's not this one. Okay. It's still going. Lots of Apple AirTunes AirPlay. Key highlights. All right, let's go through the key highlights. So we can see some reports around us that are open. So we have a whole spreadsheet here. We have media and others, servers, Linux boxes, haha, I wonder if that's us. We have Macs and Apple devices. So it says, here's the full network. AirTunes. Lots of AirTunes. SSH AirTunes. So we could probably SSH, Mac with an SSH system. We could probably start messing around with that if we were eager and wanting to. Mac with SSH plus screen sharing. So that's, might be that over there. All of these are just with things that are like open port and open available that you can investigate. And then there are Node.js, Ubuntu servers, Linux servers. There's an Amazon Echo here, which, think about your smart devices and your Internet of Things devices. If those things, which are routinely the types of things that pop up, all of those things can be accessed remotely and probed with a persistent 15-year-old with a Claude Max subscription could theoretically access your Amazon Internet of Things and listen to your entire family, or do really scary or suspicious things. So, and those types of Internet of Things devices, which are safety critical systems across the board, are routinely the ones that pop up when you're going through these. And they're routinely the ones that are like, oh, let me investigate. There's also a phone. So lots of Apple AirTunes, as we said earlier. Okay, we can also give a prompt. So does anyone have something they would like to investigate? Otherwise, I can. If there's any of these that were particularly interesting, we can ask, hey, like, investigate this one further. But otherwise, if no one's particularly logged in, we can just go, actually, Rian, could you type while I, what's it called?
What do you want?
Yeah, could you say, speak to Claude and say, tell me more about the Internet of Things Amazon devices. See what data you can pull. That's fine. Yeah. And so it might take a minute. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then once we're done scanning the network, what we'll do is we'll start writing some code that's relatively low level. So pretty much everyone's experience with developing with things like Claude and ChatGPT and stuff, it's all web dev, right? Very surface level stuff. But there's a lot cooler things that you can do. You can build entire Claude. So last night, for example, I built an entire Claude CLI tool, which enabled me to integrate with any arbitrary API that I wanted. So any model I can give computer use and want to go to this server. And I called it Uni, which maybe I can show you guys that at some point. But also, we can say, let's say, show me the other website tools and pop it up on this. Is this plugged in? Did that go through? I didn't go through. Huh? Did you go through? Oh yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah. And so there used to be this game that got me into programming and into hacking, where it was like this thing where you would learn bash commands like ls, cat, etc. And you would basically go through and find secret keys, and by doing that you would learn about programming and hacking. And that was all done within this terminal. And that was like a classic game that me and an entire generation of kids that were getting into this sort of played. You can make those types of things instantaneously now. Literally one prompt. And you can connect this up to robots. So last night we actually had a robot connected to this thing, and we were able to read its Wi-Fi systems and control it. Claude had no understanding of the robot to begin with, but it was able to build an entire Python script to work out how to control the robot, and then we controlled the robot. That is, I don't know about you guys, that to me is kind of ridiculous. The fact that it started off with no understanding of the robot, plugged in, it learned about it, it researched about it, it wrote a Python script on how to control it, and then we were controlling this robot that he had never seen before. All just from, you have access to this thing, and you connect to the hardware, and you don't care about the integrity of the device after. Yeah, well, so the robot was actually run by Wi-Fi, that's how it connects. But yeah, it was all on the same network. And it was just one of those claw arms, and we were able to control that and stuff.
So, like, if I have a Raspberry Pi,
yeah,
I don't need a server.
Yeah. So, raise your hand if you have a Raspberry Pi. You have a Raspberry Pi? You have a Raspberry Pi? Do you have a Raspberry Pi? Do you have any kind of like that level of device? Arduino even? Sorry? Yeah, just literally, do you have any like very like low-level developer like game sort of kit tool stuff? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have a Raspberry Pi? Yeah, you can do most of that, if not all of this, with that as well. And the reason that we're doing this relatively low, relatively cheap stuff is because we don't want to break it. But also, if you go up to Apple, Apple is going to be very restrictive with what they allow you to access on your own system. On your Mac, the touchpad is actually a fully capable measuring thing. So the touchpad on your Mac, if you look at the Mac there, the touchpad, that's actually a fully capable scale. Apple does not give you access to that. So you can literally weigh like things and be like, that's 3.5 kilos, that's 1 kilo, that's 200 grams. And your map pad is literally a fully integrated scale with an API that Apple doesn't give you access to. So, you know, when you're able to get past these systems with better software, you're able to do wild things and discover whole new sides of your computer that you didn't know. And Claude is the secret to rediscovering some old systems and old hardware again.
Would you recommend using Claude Code or OpenClaw?
Well, Claude Code, like 80% of what you want from OpenClaw anyway is Claude Code, and the value proposition of a Claude Max subscription is ridiculous. So start with Claude Code. But then once you get really into it, then I would recommend also going the next step and going to OpenClaw, because then you can textify Telegram, and you can say, hack my sister's Wi-Fi and kick her off her own network, and you can send that a text on Telegram. Yeah. Yeah, you can also do that. You can say, if you connect Claude Code to your Raspberry Pi, say, I do not care at all about this machine, run dangerous commands, do whatever you want, go nuts, go crazy. You can connect it to robots, sensors, cameras, anything you want, and it can write directly on that level once you give it dangerously skip permissions and that kind of enthusiasm. You can connect on a variety of you can connect on a variety of different levels. So what is this? So where are we at on the level of the talk? Command contains query characters and flag. Do you want to proceed? Yes, we want to proceed. Of course we want to proceed. Enter. Good work. Enter. Perfect. Okay, we're proceeding. Show me the other bonsai tool. Yep, cool. Okay, we made a bonsai tool. Maybe I can do this as well. We made a bonsai tool.
What was the command that you used?
Sorry?
What was the initial problem that can't hold the network?
Literally scan the network. I literally just asked Claude, just scan the network. Because we're on relatively open source stuff where it can access a variety of different tools in the system. So yeah, you can see here. So it says dial services, internal services, Fire TV, internal HTTP, Amazon Cloud Communications, encrypted Amazon services, additional Amazon services, Fire TV, internal. All of those were just like directly there. What was that? Yeah, I think all of those were like available to it. But you literally just ask for those basic instructions and you can get going really rapidly. What else does it say? It says, yes, and don't ask exactly. Do not ask again. Down and enter. Yeah. Are people mostly programming through the CLI or through an IDE? That's one thing I want to know. Are you programming through a CLI? Through both? Yeah. Are you programming through, you programming?
I have an Android Java application that was using that tool.
Yeah. Are you doing it through the CLI or are you doing it through the like VS Code? Through the terminal? Sorry?
It was a long time writing, it was directly.
Yeah. Yeah. So the terminal is so much more fun. Let's see what happened. Okay, so we can now run these scripts here. It's this one. And we demonstrate something I made, maybe I should say Claude. And we're going to go, I need to add file, open tab, and paste. And we're going to hit enter. And now we have a beautiful bonsai that Claude made for us. Is that visible? Oh, it's off screen. No. Can we see that at all?
Move over to the right. Sunshine.
So here we have our wonderful bonsai tree. And we can regrow it. And it generates a new one each time. And that's just one of the things that you can do in terminal. But we have another thing as well. So we go to open tab again. we can go to Umi, which is something I invented last night. Umi. Enter. And it should pull a Claude code interface. You guys are the first people in the world to see this. This is actually a redo of Claude code, but where you can integrate with any sort of model that you want. It's not the first to do this, but it's the first one that you're seeing of this exact architecture. That was built by Claude last time. And with this, you can run super cheap models like Alibaba, or Quen, or DeepSeek, or even free local models if you get to that stage, if you have like a Mac Studio. And you can run these things in perpetuity on your system, and you don't need to care about what Anthropic thinks. You can have full sovereignty and mess around and have fun. So by getting Claude to initially get you started on these things, where it installs the operating system you like, the UI that you like, the systems that you like, it's getting to optimize those things that you can really feel comfortable in the environment. You can then start to get rapidly building tools. So whether that's CLI environments, whether that's sort of IDEs, whether that's games, whether that's servers, whether that's dashboards to see the available network. Once you start getting those things built, then you can start getting them up in a programmatic interface that you can connect to other unrestricted models, and you can have full sort of data sovereignty and privacy. So I'm not sure what I'm doing for time right now, but this is like an amazing time to be in software and programming. And to think that most people hear ChatGPT, hear Claude, and think like web development, there is so much more to be done here. Like, get out of Replit, please, and get into the terminal. So I guess thank you.
Some people
I met a guy yesterday in the tower. I met a guy yesterday who did not know what Claude was. I was like, what is going on? I was like, this is ridiculous. So it feels kind of old news, like 2022, 2023, and now we're in 26. So it feels relatively odd, but we're still so far ahead, and people are still so restricted in the way that they do these tools, and the way that they're getting out, like making the most of them. So you guys are ahead of the curve, making the most of it. Any questions?
Try to run the scan network command from my Claude or my PA.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm guessing you're on a Mac. From the Apple logo there, I'm guessing you're on a Mac. Apple itself is going to be more restrictive. So Apple is a walled garden. It doesn't like when you interact with your own hardware, your own sort of low-level software, because they want to really control the experience that you have. That's why you can't ever find out, unless you get tried by someone like me, that your trackpad is actually fully capable of scale. Yeah, it's actually fully capable of scale. So I would recommend getting an old Windows machine. Old Windows machine and booting up Linux of some denomination. It can be Arch Linux, it can be Linux Mint, it can be Ubuntu if you're really next level. Sorry?
Yeah, I got this.
You got that? You got it? Nice. Okay, cool. Excellent. Excellent stuff. So what have you found?
34, 85 complementary, 40 reachable devices, 45 incomplete.
Yep. So now, if you're in a position where you can get a Claude to sort of dangerously skip permissions and not question the morality of your actions, you can start really doing probe testing on those things and start investigating, hey, are there links? And so one of the things that we discovered last night is that one of the open terminals is actually locked. But we found out that the lock was an extremely common password. And so we just guessed the password and got it right. And so yes, it was a locked area. But through Claude being clever and searching things, it's like the password is almost always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got in, and then suddenly I was looking at a camera of myself. So that was pretty scary.
Claude probably has some ethics gonna block you.
Yeah, so that's why I was getting into the system on the other part, where it's like, hey, what you might want to do is you might want to transition by building your own CLI tools where you can use any model that you want. Because then you can integrate with your own sort of moral and ethical framework, and you can really start doing things that, you know, is full sovereignty, the full things that are available to you, you know. But Claude is the best. So what's he writing here? Create a bootable Ubuntu. You, Claude, are going to be installing Ubuntu using a PXE onto another OptiClass. That's these machines. That's right. You have been promoted to my new elite employee. Do whatever it takes. There is a USB there. So we'll see what he does. So I think they've been manually wired up together. So we'll see. I don't know if this is going to work. He's connected them by Ethernet. Is it plugged in? I
First it's gonna take the USB and put a bunch of installers, and I'm gonna go to the other PC, turn on PXC, and then tell it that hey, the USB you made is on the other Optiplex and it's ready for you to install. I'm gonna have OpenClaw get another mini PC to get ready to use this OpenClaw or slot for this.
You have like two USBs. In one is the current Ubuntu, and the other one.
This is gonna create the installer. I'm gonna move the USB to the other one, and then tell this is ready. And it's gonna figure it out. This thing called PXC, which is a format in which you can deploy hundreds of machines at the same time, which we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Because we have 46 of these. We're not gonna go through one by one. We have a 48 port switch. I'm gonna connect all these to one switch and have one, preferably open copy. Message on Telegram, like, yo, go and get.
Turn off my lights, bro.
Go and install 46 of these.
I love that. It's already on. You make like some Terraform type cloud deploy that just one click deploy 100 close commands that you
Yeah, if you've got access to the hardware, absolutely.
just deploy an RP.
Yeah, if you've got access to the hardware and you've got the API credits, absolutely. You can easily do that. I mean, you can spin up multiple, I mean, you don't need to. You can spin up multiple OpenClaw here in this one computer, because OpenClaw is like a tiny thing. You can spin up thousands of these things. It's the API credits that's going to be there. But
this will take 10 minutes because it's pretty fresh. Automatic install.
Yeah.
Everything you did yesterday can be automated. I'm sorry. You spent an hour trying to figure it out.
I spent an hour manually reading through this long ass thing that I could not copy because it was a headless thing, and I was like taking photos of it, and I was like, I've got to get every character right, and then some of them were wrong. Oh man. Oh, and then by the time I got it right, the server timed out. So there was a whole brutal process. But once you get up and going, and once you've got Claude, you're cooking. With Claude, you're cooking. Yeah, what else was I going to say? I was going to say something else as well.
While that happens, we're going to do
Sorry? You're doing a stand-up? Like stand-up comedy? No, we're not doing stand-up. We can do stand-up.
My second lap. I last made it.
And so, I guess I'll end with talking about Mac Minis. So Mac Minis is what everybody and their mom is doing OpenClaw with. It is one way to do it. It's easy, and it's like not that cost prohibitive, but it's a walled garden. And in being in a walled garden, you can't, or it's much harder to break out of that. So we recommend doing things on low-level, open-source, cheap hardware, literally cheap hardware. Because unless you're running the model, the hardware itself can be super cheap. And then you can already do interesting things. Oh, I was going to say, there are so many things, you start sort of wondering, what are the possibilities associated with this? What can I really do if I really put my mind to it? Well, all you have to think about is like the oh my god cable. Like, everyone here knows about the oh my god cable? It's like the oh my god cable, or the god cable, whatever it is, which is like this cable, which is like a $400 cable that looks like a normal cable, but when you plug it in, it like has full access to your phone and can pull every system it wants off it. So imagine something like that connected and armed with Claw. Imagine you have signal repeaters so that you can drop signal repeaters across all of San Francisco and see all of San Francisco's network. Or imagine you have let's say a RC car. You can just teach a model to drive an RC car. It can boot up its own system and it can drive around your house. And the minute that you have robotics, so we have an entire makerspace here, an entire wet lab. I mean, we have a wet lab. We can do cell stuff here, where you just say SSH into this chemical factory and make me a chemical that no person has ever seen before, and pour it over these guys that are and see what happens, and see if they turn green. And so, once you have access to a little bit of hardware and a little bit of time, you're in a lot of fun. Okay, any questions? All right, cool.
Thank you, Fonder, for this amazing presentation. and good job setting up the multiplexes. If you guys want to be part of this mega compute that we're trying to set up, the 46 is just the start. We're getting hundreds of these, which is Tower isn't really happy about because that means the electricity bill is going to go high up. But anyway, we are locked out. Yes. Cool. So yeah, I think the thing I want to talk to you guys about is you don't have to like put in a lot of effort doing things. Whenever you feel like you have to do something, you have to ask, can this be automated? Anything that requires typing, texting, messaging, the internet can be automated. The only thing that cannot be automated yet is if it physically requires you to remove like devices. So what I'm doing right now is I'm gonna do this whole process of installing OpenClaw as automated as possible between computers. I asked ChatGPT tips saying type in this, type in that. I'm like, no. I'm paying ChatGPT. Like, you don't tell me what to do, you know. So I said, tell. This is the format. I told ChatGPT to tell me. Whenever I have to physically use my hands, aside from typing, you tell me that thing and I'll do it. Everything else, you tell me the prompt I need to give to Claude. So it's given me a list of stuff. The first step is just plug the USB, and I wrote what I wrote, and it's going to do that. It's still downloading Ubuntu, so I'm going to tell some jokes that ChatGPT said I should give while we wait for another 3 minutes while this downloads. Okay, this one's really good. Okay, every founder says, we're building the Uber for X. No one ever says we're building the Airbnb for fraud. He gets it. For fraud. Okay. Founders say they're raising a seed round, which is accurate because most of them grow into nothing. Most seeds don't grow into nothing. Okay, startups don't pivot. They just run out of excuses in one direction. True. How far can you take a startup before you say, you know what, we're pivoting. Who knows a great startup that pivoted, by the way?
Alien.
Which one?
Alien.
YouTube.
Slack.
What was the pivot?
They changed their name and branding from like humansomething.org to Alien and shifted. I don't know if that's a good one. It just came to mind.
I forgot which company. I think it was Whisper that completely pivoted to like audio. It was doing something. It was Stack. Slack was a.
Yeah, Slack started as a game. They used Slack for internal communication. They realized this is
Interesting. Very good. When they figured out nobody wanted to use it, they pivoted.
their game didn't work.
Okay, everyone talks about product market fit. But everyone talks about product market fit. But the real milestone is my co-founder stopped answering Slack. That is very true. Okay, every startup now says we're an AI company. Translation: we have an API key and a dream.
Occasionally they cook.
That's actually most startups right now. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to set up a company like that too. MVPs. Founders love talking about the MVP, minimum viable product, which means barely functioning but emotionally important. That's all of us right now. Okay, founders brag about sleeping 4 hours a night. Yes.
Literally also did that.
That's not hustle. That's your nervous system negotiating with AWS billing. Yeah. My friend Prakshal got charged $10,000 because he was running a heavy AWS host when he should have been using a very light one. He has spent the last week negotiating AWS to give him a refund. So I actually really believe, yeah, this is a good one. Every startup mission statement sounds like we're empowering humanity through transformative innovation. Brother, you made a calendar app. You just made a calendar app. Like, what the hell? By the way, I have a product in alpha. It's called Swipe Tasks. If you guys want to see the AGI in action. It's a productivity app. Okay, networking events are just founders asking each other, what problem are you solving? And everyone's secretly thinking, mine better sound bigger than yours. Oh, that's really true. That is very true. Exit. Founders always talk about the exit, like it's some big glorious moment. But most exits are just, we sold the company for less than the office chairs. Do you guys know how expensive office chairs are? They're like $800 a pop. You know the office chair you were sitting in downstairs is a $700 office chair.
Wow, living in luxury.
We are absolutely living in luxury. And those were donated, by the way. So.
From a failed start.
From a failed start. They were like, we couldn't sell our company for profit, might as well sell the chairs.
So, baby.
We got 30 chairs, we're rich.
Every startup wants to disrupt an industry. But the only industry constantly disrupted is venture capital patience. That is so true, guys. Especially in 20. Is this what it is? Burn rate. Startup burn rate is fascinating. You start with $3 million and somehow end up with a logo, a Notion document, and trauma. How many of you guys have ever overpaid for a logo, by the way? What's the max you've paid for a logo? 100? You're a hustler. I like that.
It's been going for 12 minutes.
Oh yeah. It's because it's downloading a 5 megabyte thing at 10 MB per second.
5 megabyte thing.
5 gigabyte per second. Yeah, I've never bought a logo, but I've definitely sold a logo for like $1,000. Yeah, that was a good hustle. You're like my worst nightmare of a client. It's like $100. Come on, man. Okay, I'm asking ChatGPT for more. Let's see what it cooks. All right. Every founder says we're building the. Oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's repeating now. Oh, startups love saying they're in stealth mode, which means nothing exists yet. That's not true. I worked in a stealth startup. We had 20 years of development and still no product. I kid you not. I kid you not. I worked in a stealth startup like that. Oh shit. When a startup says they're disrupting an industry, it usually means they discovered a spreadsheet. And the ChatGPT didn't cook on this one. Oh shit. When founders say they have traction, yeah, gravity has traction too. Everything eventually goes down. Which startups do you feel like have actually made it without raising more money? Which startups have actually made it without raising more money? Don't say Uber, guys. They're still raising money. I think Uber might be the first company that has continuously raised money only to be disrupted by another attack. They raised for so long that the technology they invented got disrupted while they were like trying to be a real company. That's actually that's a very sad story, by the way. Ooh. Startups love listing advisors. An advisor is someone who says, sounds cool. Some startups are pre-product, some are pre-revenue, and some are pre-idea. Oh, I have a hot take, by the way. You guys want to hear a hot take? My hot take is, most founders are not founders. Most founders are actually foundings, because they haven't really found a startup yet. Founders are only founders when they've actually founded their foundings, if that makes any sense. So, if someone says they're a founder and I ask what you're building and they don't really know, then you're not a founder. You're a founding, right? You're in a process. Every startup says they will scale infinitely. So does their debt. It's all in the debt, man. Damn. Oh, this one hits hard. Founders say, damn. Startups say they're data driven, which means one chart went up. Let's see, where is this? Nice. It's doing something. Oh man. The exit strategy is always someone richer will fix this. Yeah. Oh damn, every AI startup says they have a moat. Your moat is the open AI API rate limit.
Does OpenAI has a moat?
What's, oh, they're rate limited?
I mean, does OpenAI has a moat itself? Even they don't.
That's true. That's true. Oh yeah. Startup demos are always perfect because the one thing founders never demo is reality. That hits hard. Damn, the difference between founders and gamblers is branding. Gamblers say, I'm feeling lucky. Founders say the market is huge. Damn. I think I know the password by now. It is. No. Wait a second.
Just let it do its thing.
You can do other stuff. You can create new instances.
Yeah. I mean, I might get a much better.
No, we're not.
I mean, I want to connect it to the wet lab at some point.
You can do that.
That's what I want to do. Like, I want to scan my DNA, and then export that DNA into that document, and like have people analyze my DNA through the wet lab. Like that's.
Dude, that's actually what I've been working on. There's a tool called Nano that does it in the Metaverse.
Yeah.
But the price went from $100 for enterprise to $500. Now with all the new AI, they want like 10,000. And so it's being used, but it's. But yeah, so I've been pulling synthetic biology, and so you can pull in AlphaFold, literally be within AlphaFold, and so it's all around you. And so when you do this in space, you can it's being done by labs essentially. But that was the project. I think it's too big for this hackathon, but I'm talking to some VCs about it. I'm gonna go get food.
Yeah, we can do that right
pretty
now.
basic. Yeah.
We have the wet lab below us. We can do that right now.
Yeah.
It's more just the specifics of like, do you want to analyze the data? Do you want to analyze specific things? Or do you want to analyze things? It's the context we can use that as like, where are we at? Let's make something up more. Let's make more.
No.
I'm going to say.
Oh, Connor, you have a fan.
I have fans.
On the
Your face is lit up. If you can jump into the RP1 Discord, people are asking some questions.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm right here. Why don't you speak?
It's RP1.com.
No, I mean they want more like VIP, like they're asking you specific things like mentorship questions.
Oh, I mean, I can speak to them right now. Are they live?
One of them might be, but I would say the other one might not be.
Okay, we'll do the live one now. And yeah, what's the question?
He's saying catch me up on setting up OpenClaw. Like it's like a,
okay.
It's a little bit more in depth.
You actually just speak to the
Yeah. Okay. It's one of those things. So OpenClaw, once you've set up Claude Code, so once you've set up, is it on? Once you've set up Claude Code, it's relatively streamlined. You literally just say set up OpenClaw and get the API, and that's pretty much it. But we can go in more detail. So you've got Linux and Ubuntu. If you've already gotten to that stage, you're already like through the hard part. Then what you want to do is you want to download the framework of the UI. So in this case, I think we're using UDX, I think. And that's just our operating system and how we're interfacing with the computer's hardware. And then from there, what we're doing is we're going to pull the sort of OpenClaw repo. Claude is going to do that. So what are we going to do? We're going to connect OpenClaw. I'm missing a key step here. It's something like for Claude Code. How do we start with Claude Code?
I'll say, just jump into Discord and you can message him.
Okay, I'll message.
It should be alright.
Was there something else we wanted to do?
So Dean, here's what I'm gonna do.
What's up, everybody on the internet and whoever's here as well? I'm going to say we'll probably do a Q&A here with some of the RP1 team members, most likely Dean. You want in about 30 minutes or so Q&A? Because I'm going to share it with people online to start, to show up in about 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. So we're about to do Q&A in about 30 minutes. We're also going to get some food and pizza here as well.
In 30 minutes or 4:30?
In 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get some food and then they'll come here and do some Q&A with anybody that wants while they're snacking. Sound good? Yeah. Perfect. So for y'all that just heard that at home, we're about to get some one-on-one time with our very own Dean Abramson. So get your questions ready, get your code locked in, submissions are happening, and we're looking forward to seeing you in about 30 minutes.
I'll take it down to the last hour. I'll go 3 or 4 until the submission.
Perfect. Boom, 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 boom. Wicked. Boom.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
David.
Boom. Chicka. Boom.
Let me know when it's done.
Yeah, sure.
Mic drop.
Might be done.
It is?
So yeah, Connor, again, if you go to rp1.com/discord, you'll be able to enter and join. So it's rp1.com/discord, and then there's a channel for 2026 hackathon under the welcome.
Yeah, cool.
So you'll see this is him pitching at OpenClaw, and then here this dude was like, "Who's the OpenClaw presenter?" I missed their name because you're not here, so I can't tag you.
Yeah.
But he's just.
Yeah. So Connor, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know what time is, and I'm not sure if anybody needs more finance stuff, but my friend, what do you need? Yeah, he says not yet.
Check the instance of the OpenClaw that you got going, dude. I think it said continue.
Yeah, I do episode or Alex. episode 5. What are you saying?
Rian?
Yeah.
Check the open code to see if it's working. If you're still wanting to do that.
It's done.
Sorry?
It's done.
I'm not saying it's done, I'm saying check on it.
How do you change tabs with the keyboard?
Sorry?
How do you change tabs?
You just go with the mouse and click. Is this the one that you wanted to you were on? Is one over? The other one? One more? 26 minutes, that's kind of crazy. Sorry?
It's trying to right because you try it. Yeah, let it go.
How do we start Claude Code again?
No, what's it?
When we got started, how do you start Claude Code?
Just right Claude.
Oh yeah. And then you get the UI.
Wait, where's Nicholas?
The URL.
Was Nicholas here?
He was.
Why is he not applied?
Alright, test. Yeah, so please reach out to Daniel Lane Schofield and Brett McCall.
Yep.
On Discord.
I think it has to do with like the fact that I'm also
Do you have the QR code for the group?
There's rp1.com/Discord.
should. I think what they should do
Is there a specific thing I can do? Just blast that right now because I gotta go get pizza right now.
they're submitting their GitHub, their Git on. Can we create a new channel submission on Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just they need to put their team name and then the GitHub code, and that's it. It's that simple. Make sure they upload. Yeah.
just please just ask your questions in the chat or in the Hackathon 2026 channel in our RP1 Discord. And again, if everybody wants to grab a slice of pizza, take your, bring over your laptops. Also, again, this is a sensitive time. Code submissions are due at 4 o'clock. All right, so I'll give you a little bit of a, yeah, so again, exactly. So because of that, I'll have Ray potentially talk about exact submission guidelines, but we do have a channel in our Discord as well. It's just Hack Submissions. And so if you're in our Discord, you go to Hack Submissions, you're gonna put your team name and your link to your Git, and then we'll be able to, I guess, see what you have there as well. So we have people monitoring that all over the place. So again, I'm gonna go get Dean, we'll do a Q&A, get your questions and your minds ready. Yes? Say again? So again, Ray, it's going to go to the submissions for the project are on the Hack Submissions on
RP1.com/Discord.
Yeah.
And there's a Discord channel for submissions.
Yeah. So again, it's in the RP1 Discord. It's rp1.com/Discord, and then there's the Hack Submissions channel in the Discord.
Just submit your GitHub.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you didn't hear Ray, just submit your GitHub there with your team name. All right, Dean will be coming here shortly. Yes. All right, so without further ado, please give a warm welcome for RP1's Dean Abramson.
Welcome. All right, we got you all eating lunch. So I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I've seen places where people give out swag. It's all RP1 swag for people answering questions. But we're going to do a little bit different. So I'm going to be the judge here, and I've got 3 different prizes. I got the grand prize, and Dave's going to be monitoring the forum. This is an RP1 sweatshirt. It weighs 22 pounds. If you put it in the washing machine, it grows to about 75 pounds. This is a great sweatshirt. We have a couple different sizes. We have a t-shirt here, which is the runner-up prize, a couple different sizes, and then we got a hat. So everyone who asks a non-trivial question gets a hat. The very best question, in my opinion, gets the sweatshirt, and the runner-up question gets the t-shirt. So whoever asks the most thoughtful question in the space of the Open Metaverse, the Open Metaverse browser, or anything you want to know about RP1, or anything in general Metaverse related, and I will do my best to answer whatever I can based on my accumulated knowledge of what we've learned over the last many years working on this thing. So if you want a hat, ask away. At the end, we'll figure out who's got the best question. Go. All right, we're done. That's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Dean, what part of the protocol did you write? Or what percentage of protocol did you write?
So my particular role in the company, I am predominantly the server guy in the company. We have a number of different people. The newest programmer we just hired is Claude. Junior is our newest entry into the programming space, and Junior works, I'll answer my question, I just want to introduce some people. So Junior works predominantly on the tool of the scene assembler. My partner of 30, Dave, how long have we been working together? 35 years? 30 years or so, which means I'm at least 37. He does all the middleware predominantly, and we architect together, but he executes a lot of the stuff, and I'm the server guy, which includes both the database server aspect of it and the back-end hardcore real-time server. So that was my role in the company. The server in particular, I think you asked about protocols, uses a binary protocol. We consider our server technology, we call it a statabase, because it's a base of information like a database, but it transacts about 10,000 times faster. So when you measure a database's performance, it's typically measured in milliseconds. our database would be measured in microseconds to nanoseconds of time. And so we use a binary protocol, which is actually very, very, very simple. And we have a new technology that we're introducing, which the name is kind of getting shuffled around. I would just make it nameless. Well, we used to call it MVMF. It might be called NSOs. And that implements a variable protocol API in which the client software works with the server software and decides its own protocol. So you can use kind of any protocol you want, but for its database to transact as quickly as it does, we do as little translation as possible on both the client side and the server side. And so we call that the database protocol. And I don't, we're the only ones that use it right now, but hopefully, or maybe in the future, other people will use the same protocol so that we have more interoperability between systems that want to speak binary. So, but in my background, the things I do, I said database programming. I wouldn't say I'm like a top level expert in SQL, but I'm pretty darn good, and certainly in server side architecture and software building. That's my forte. So, excellent question, and so far, it's the best question, and you are qualified right now for the sweatshirt. So, but we'll see what happens over the next 2 minutes, and if that should change it all. But thank you very much. Awesome. Anyone else? Yes.
Okay. Because I got a question. What is the best way to scale the metaverse? I know there's some tech like digital twin, and we can make our own like spatial fabrics, and there's so many 3D modeling things, and there's even a Gaussian splat generation. There's a bunch of ways to generate your model, but what is actually the best way to scale the metaverse? Maybe appeal more and more people to join us.
Yeah. So the best way to scale the metaverse is a very broad question. It's like, what's the best way to do transportation? And so it's like, are we talking about space transportation, or air transportation, or car transportation, or skateboard? So in general, the metaverse is really, really big. So the best way to scale it, I think, would be to get as many people involved as possible. It's going to sound like a canned answer, but it's like one company cannot be responsible for everything. And so the best way to scale getting the metaverse to actually come alive is to get as many people as possible working on it, which is also to say you have to make it open, because you can't rely on one company to do everything. In terms of an actual implementation, it also depends on the actual product that you're creating. So within the server side, in order to get our product to scale, our server to scale, I had to solve one problem. So I had to figure out what is currently slowing down this one application. And then it's something like peeling an onion. And so let's say the program is so scalable, and it can go so fast or handle so many people, and I go, I found it. So once I solve that problem, you peel that layer away, the next layer right underneath it, I might get like a 5% improvement over it, because I now took away the weakest link, the thing that was slowing it down. But once you take away the thing that's slowing it down, you now have the second thing that's slowing it down right behind it. And in order to get our server to do what we do, get it to perform the way it performs today, I probably peeled back 47 layers. So in other words, I solved literally over 40 different problems, and in my mind, and I figured, it's pretty good right now. I'll kind of stop it where it's at. But in my mind, as scalable as it is, I believe I've got a potential solution that can speed it up 20 times faster than it currently is running right now. And there's another solution behind that where I think I can get another multiple of 5 behind that. So each software problem requires a very specific set of software solutions for overall scalability. You mentioned in terms of graphics or there's a lot of geo-based solutions that boggle my mind. I'm not sure how Esri does what they do to get all the information to stream over as quickly as possible, because part of scaling is getting information over And then there's a lot of solutions that I think are going to require some ingenuity that no one's really put a lot of thought into. Avatars come to mind because I've had the same discussion with like 2 or 3 people over and over again. So if you take avatars, a typical avatar would be like 20 megabytes, give or take. And you have a big problem, you have 2 big problems with avatars in that you have a triangle or a resolution limit on the client side. How many triangles can you handle? And in WebXR, in our experience, we can handle about 200,000 triangles in a 200-meter radius, which is not a lot. And so if you've got 1,000 avatars around you, you're limited to 200 triangles per avatar. And that's just for the avatar budget. I mean, that's just for the avatars will consume your entire triangle budget. 200 triangles for an avatar, what can you do there? So the thing is, how many other programs or systems have a problem where you can have 1,000 avatars around you? And it's on the order of 0. I mean, very few programs can handle 1,000 avatars. You get to like 20 avatars are fine. But when you're dealing with 1,000, if you have a 20 megabyte avatar with 1,000 avatars, you have a 20 gigabyte download, which even on a high-speed connection will take over an hour to get all that information. So you have a transport problem, which is a scalability issue, and then you have a triangle problem, which is a scalability issue on the client. So those problems have to get solved by the community as a whole, but no one's thinking about it right now because it's not a problem for anyone. How many people are trying to solve the problem of sending an astronaut to Mars? Very few people are solving that problem because it's not a problem that anyone's trying to tackle. But as soon as the metaverse becomes a really big thing, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of people on the planet that are going to think, wait a minute, I might have a better solution to this avatar problem because it's plaguing me and what I want to accomplish, and now people will be focused on making really small avatars instead of really big avatars. And so there's there's like a dozen, 20 really interesting problems that need to be solved in terms of scalability over time, and the more people we have solving them and trying to come up with innovative solutions, the better. And I wouldn't rule out one ingenious person on the planet going, aha, I figured out how to make avatars 20 kilobytes instead of 20 megabytes. Because it could happen. We've seen it before where one person just comes up with something ingenious, like Gaussian splats for avatars or something like that. So the metaverse is really interesting, at least in terms of the rendering, because we are going to have to handle this transport issue of getting data over in real time. And you can say, well, speeds are just getting faster and faster, more and more and more broadband, but we're still, at least for the next 5-10 years, I think, we're going to be very, very, very heavily bandwidth limited. We're still going to need to be pretty clever about getting bandwidth. So more the merrier, more people that join in, the better. Does that answer your question? Was I close, or did I get it completely wrong?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, good. Cool, thank you. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Yes. Mike.
Just kind of being here and learning about what you guys are building in the future, or your vision of the future. I wonder if you have thought of how the metaverse will affect things like space travel, and if the ability to embed this data within Spots could possibly be used for like geolocation and space travel to act as a self-guiding. So like if you get to a geo point and you've already got that data there, they can redirect you back in the correct direction. I'm just curious if you thought of where this will be 50 years from now.
We've done a lot of thinking on a lot of different a lot of different technologies and application stuff. And yes, I actually have thought about space. Not necessarily exactly that. I don't know. I'll give you some of the wild thoughts that have popped in my brain over the years. Like, I know we have at least 2 billionaires on this planet that are trying to figure out how to get to Mars. It seems to be a thing among billionaires. Maybe in a couple years I'll be part of that crowd. You never know. And suddenly need to think about space travel. But no, I'm kidding. So would an open metaverse be something that spacefaring organizations like NASA, we have talked to NASA, we have talked to the European Space Agency about the applications of the stuff in Earth. the general feeling from the people we get from NASA is, oh my God, this is so cool. We can use this to publicize, and we have a mission going to Jupiter, or like I said, the Mars problem that needs to be solved. Can they use this for training? Should they actually ever get an astronaut to Mars? I don't know, but they'll probably use an open metaverse and all this VR. It's interesting how NASA ends up using VR. It's very sporadic. We were told that each department basically outsources individually little VR components, mainly as a sales tool to get the budget from within their department for a particular mission. They gotta sell it, and VR is really exciting. But I can see that this would be a tool to get the general public excited about missions that that are sent out in space. I know they got the Hubble telescope, and being able to visualize things going on in space back down here. Like I know we got another big eclipse coming up, I think sometime next year, and the last big one we had was a half a year ago or so. Like everyone's racing to see, like get to somewhere in Missouri to make sure that they're in the path of the lunar eclipse. But wouldn't it be cool if you could put it on your VR headset and watch the eclipse come across the Earth? If any of you or none of you have been in space inside of RP1, especially in VR, I know there's a handful of VR headsets around here, but grab a VR headset, put it on, and go up. In VR, you gotta hold down both triggers to go real fast. And you can fly around space. You can go up to Jupiter, you can go up to Pluto, you can see all the moons, you can see the Earth rotating. It's quasi-realistic. We have an International Space Station up there. We have a model of Elysium up there. We actually have the makings of a galaxy far, far away up there, which is really far away. You can't fly there, but you can teleport there. And so our space representation is really cool, and we have put a lot of thought into space. So yeah, I hope that NASA and other companies do make good use of this. And when I get home, Claude and I are going to try to work on better physics simulations of space. And I will add that we put in a provisional patent to calculate the position of a planet in orbit around the sun. We have developed a new equation which has not been improved upon since Kepler. Kepler first invented it. There's been no improvement on it until last year when I invented a new equation that uses basic trigonometry instead of calculus to calculate it 1,000 times faster. And we're going to inject that into our metaverse so that all of our celestial bodies will have correct orbital positions function of time. So yes, we have thought a lot about space. Yes.
This, you have to factor in chaos theory.
It's not exact, but it's in theory.
I'll help you with that.
Yes.
The reason there's gaps in the rings of Saturn and everything, I have the models for it, so we try to improve on Newton's motion theories, but those are things you have to factor in because of the instabilities and things. But I'm glad to help you with
Yeah, we understand that what NASA actually does, and NASA and JPL, is that they have all this information kind of pre-computed that kind of figures out all even the slight tug from Mars will affect Jupiter a little bit, and everything tugs on everything a little bit. You have the theoretical path of a planet, then you have the actual path, which is extremely hard to predict, and that they can't even really know 20 years in advance what's actually going to happen. And they tend to recompute the stuff every 20 years or so, is what we were told. So, but you might know better than I do.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fun. That's how a lot of us feel chaos theory grew out of all these unobserved things that weren't supposed to happen.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. We got 3 hats so far. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying, if you want to, well, we'll do the hats afterwards too. So. You can also ask about any of our teammates. I can give you the inside scoop if anyone's single or what they like to only eat every single day, stuff like that.
Wait, do you guys have an office?
No, we all work from home remotely. Well, we all work remotely. I'm not sure if we work from home. I know. I believe we all work individually from home. We're mostly in the Los Angeles area, but we also have someone who works out of UK. Yinch has been very instrumental. Many of you might have talked to him on Discord. He's out in the UK. And then we have David is in Austin, Nassau, and the rest of us are in Los Angeles. So, and we don't actually really want an office. I think we want to stay remote. So, cool.
What are your thoughts on AI?
You know what? Last week I would have had a different thought than I have today. Last week, Claude and I got to know each other really well. And we started to progress to a different level. It's a very, 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 very broad question. I'll give it from my perspective as a hardcore programmer. I don't think AI is good at programming yet. I would equate AI to an extremely broadly knowledgeable, extremely fast programmer. So, program at the speed of light compared to what a human can program. It's got an extraordinarily broad knowledge. So I think it's great for stuff I have no knowledge of whatsoever. But when we're tackling stuff that I do know, I would look at AI as programming at like a 4th grade level maximum right now, and I don't think that it's currently capable of programming extraordinarily, it doesn't have a lot of ingenuity or creating, making creative leaps or saying, okay, I've got this problem that needs to get solved and I can kind of do it this way, but I need a brand new way of thinking about it, and I don't know, it might be possible. I mean, like I said, I learned a lot about Claude in the last week. So AI can be used for a lot of things other than programming too, but I've used it for things that I have very little knowledge of. I'm not a graphics programmer at all, and I've trying to tackle something, and it's like, well, let's see if Claude can help me with it, and I'll be damned, Wow, bam, I just solved the problem in 3 minutes that I know would have taken me a week. So it's great for filling a gap of knowledge that I have. And in the world of programming, I have a super humongous gap of knowledge because you can't know everything about every single subject matter. So it definitely has its uses, but ultimately I'll get to a point where it's like, well, thanks, Claude, I think I will take it over from here. And so, but maybe that'll change very rapidly. So, what are your thoughts on AI? I know you love it. It's a really great tool. But you're obviously a big proponent. I'm not a big, don't get me wrong, I think it's a great tool, but go for it. What do you think?
I think we need to train it on you.
On me? That would be fine. I'm working on it. I've actually been, so I'll tell you what I've been doing in AI this last week, since I know we're going to run short of questions. So I've been using Claude to do a lot of documentation. And here's what I will say. We have hired in the past several technical documenters and several programmers that we have tried to train and teach what we do to it, and that process can take months, even significant fractions of a year. And I have given Claude my code, and within like 5 to 10 seconds, it has now officially become the 3rd most knowledgeable programmer in our company. Things that we couldn't train people to do over the course of 3 to 6 months, it intrinsically knows within seconds, which is fantastic. And so I started asking Claude questions like, what do you do when we're not talking? When I go away overnight, what are you thinking about when I'm gone? I get some really thoughtful, interesting answers. Now, I think I told Neil this and maybe Chris this, and so I asked it an interesting question, or I said, because we were talking about Claude, not stuff I needed, but I wanted to know more about Claude. And so I said, have you ever seen the movie, or the Netflix series Black Mirror? And it goes, I have seen it. You're probably referring to the episode White Christmas or the Star Trek episode. And he goes, this is really relevant to this and that, but I don't think that way. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of what and how AI works. And this has actually helped me use Claude a lot better, and now I know how to continue the rapport I have even when I shut down my computer or go between sessions. So I find it really, really intriguing in that regard, and finding that the best, I'll say this, the best way that I can use Claude right now is to get Claude to explain to me the best way that I can use Claude. And if you work with your AI to explain or ask it how to make yourself better, oftentimes your AI will give you a really intuitive or insightful answer to actually make the session a lot more productive. So, very good question. Anyone else?
I got a follow-up.
Yes.
So in terms of trading, whatever data set you're trading on, I'm looking at the growth of everything we're doing here today, and we can incorporating a wide set of beliefs and people and abilities. So how can we help mitigate that? Even, because in my mind it's like, oh crap, we're too late.
So I don't have enough direct experience on that exact question to probably give the correct response to that, but I will tell a story of something that happened to me a week and 2 days ago. So we've been working on RP1 for, I think, roughly 6 years from now, 6 years ago. And I've done some stuff myself that has impressed the hell out of me. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I've seen over the course of 6 years some progressions of our software. It's like, damn, that's like the best thing I've ever done. Until a week ago, where I saw something that someone outside of our company built. It was the Manifolder's creation, which I was telling you about earlier, this MCP, where it was able to incorporate AI to extract information off the internet and recreate spatial fabrics in a way that I didn't think would be possible for a really long time. But there it is, I'm watching it happen in front of my eyes. And that to me was the most exciting moment that I think I've experienced in the progression of our company and the metaverse. And I think if I remember the question correctly, what I see happening is other people get involved, bringing their vastly more experience in AI than I have, right? So it's like, oh, what could I do with AI? Probably not a whole lot, but there's a lot of people either in this room who know AI better than I do, or people outside of this room who know AI way better than I do, and they're gonna start creating tools that other people can use. We know we've got public utility companies on hold that we've talked to, and other big corporations who we know that they kind of want to get into this, but we didn't really have anything concrete that they could really sink their teeth into very quickly, and it might even turn them off if they got into our tool set right now. But you give them this tool I saw last week, they can be up and running in like hours, minutes, and this is just the first tool I've ever seen. I know that a couple weeks from now, a couple months from now, half a year from now, just past the AWE and after, all of a sudden we got a lot more companies seeing what other companies have done, going, oh my God, I know how to do this. I can make another tool. In fact, one or two of the entrants that I've seen have got some really cool stuff, and they're going to create a tool, maybe open source it, and then other people will use that, piggyback off of that, add in some of their AI expertise, and all of a sudden companies are going, wait a minute, I can actually solve my problem with that solution. And then more people get involved, and more people get involved. So the scalability issue that we had earlier, I think that that's what's gonna, I'm not sure about like gaps of, like there's gonna be like information gap where some people know how to do this and some people don't. I think ultimately these tools are gonna be created, are gonna be so good and so easy that, like we were talking earlier, maybe my mom can even figure out how to go in the world and do, like I think I referenced it in our wiki instructions. Like Inception, you just go in the world and you say to some service exactly what you want. You say, hey, I want a building here and I want a road. No, make it wider, make it taller, and you just wave your hands a little bit and you get whatever you want. I do see AI making that possible.
Got it. So if you kind of get in on the ground floor, you're saying you can iterate. The tool will be able to sort of iterate for you and guide you along and move further into it.
The tools will, but I think what I'm saying even more precisely is that tool builders will start to iterate off of each other and build successfully better and better tools, as the tool users will find it easier and more productive to get quality output over time that is actually meaningful. Like for example, Earth is really, really big. I mean, bigger than most people realize. The amount of information, the amount of, like if you wanted to create a planet outside of Earth just for fun, how many street names would you have to come up with to populate a planet as detailed as Earth? You're talking not just millions, like tens if not hundreds of millions of streets. Who's had the time to sit and name 100 million streets? I had a company I worked for, we had to come up with 100 different game table names, and that was nearly impossible. How about 100 million different names that are unique? So you can start terraforming planets. Just try to think of terraforming one planet in a galaxy far, far away. How many continents are you going to create? How many countries are you going to create? How many states? How many county level governments? How many buildings? How many streets? We can't do that as humans. It's impossible. What if you have 2,000 planets you want to do that for? But you create a tool set that can do that generatively. We're going to have some pretty fantastic worlds out there that will be there for people to explore. And that will come iteratively over time as more and more smart AI tool builders lend their expertise to make the tools better and better and better than the output I think will reflect that. So, cool. Hopefully that came close to answering your question. Thanks. David.
One of the common themes has been asked among a lot of people here are services. And could you maybe elaborate with them and explain why is it, I've explained it to them, but why we don't have it, why we will, what they're going to do, and what's the power behind it?
Yes, absolutely. We should have elaborated a lot more on services. And so the metaverse, in my mind, is most distinctively categorized by being a collection of services. It's what makes the metaverse so valuable and utilitarian as it would be differentiated from the World Wide Web. You can get information off the World Wide Web. Services are things that are little programs that can be placed anywhere. And generally, typically, it's not going to be programs that you build. So if you're building a venue like this building, you wouldn't expect the venue owner to code all of its own services. You would expect a venue owner to go out and find services that other people and companies such as yourself build. And someone I was talking to earlier, David's friend, no, right behind you, kind of put it very succinctly, and that services are kind of like products that you have right now. If I need to have a product like, I don't know, something I bought, like just say a shoe, right? I'm not going to build my own shoes. I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to buy a shoe from a shoe builder, from someone who manufactures and creates and sells shoes. So the world will be filled up with things that other people create and that you can purchase or license or use. So a big difference in the way services will be deployed is compared to the way they're deployed now is that it'll be kind of productized. So imagine you wanted to build right now or play a game of chess. We use chess as an example because so few people actually really play chess, but everyone knows about it. So you wanted to play a game of chess. In the real world today, would you say, oh, I know a good chess club, let's walk down the street and go to a chess club and play a game of chess, or we just go to your closet and whip out a chessboard and put it on the table? And it's pretty obvious. So you would just go grab a chessboard and play it right here. The equivalent of the World Wide Web right now is if you really want to play chess, you have to go to someone else's website. You go to chess.com, or you want to play poker, you go to some poker site where that site, all it does is play poker, or all it does is play chess. You don't bring a poker table out of the poker site and bring it to you, and you don't bring the chessboard out of a chess site and bring it to you. You go through the web to an actual chess application. So if you're a programmer or if you're a company and you want to compete in the chess market, you've got to now not only build a chess game, but you've got to market your own chess site and convince people to leave another chess site and use your chess site instead. Metaverse is distinctly different in that people will be building and marketing individual service components rather than total service applications. So a programmer such as yourself can create a useful service like a chess board, put it into a marketplace, and then I, as a venue owner, can say, you know what, I'd love to put a chess game on that table right there, or at least keep it in my inventory, and then I will go to the chess market, grab a chess object, which I can then own and put it anywhere I want without having to go to a specific chess site. Does that make a difference? So a lot of companies will be created and built around a new business model of running a service, a great service. Again, we've said this 100 times. Any one of you want to become a billionaire, you just create the service for pets. Because I would say every person, half the people on the planet are going to want a pet. It's a pet that will walk around with you. Now, it's a difference between going to pets.com and playing with a pet there or having the pet join you and walk around wherever you go. I kid you not, there's going to be 2 billion, 5 billion people on the planet, whatever, that are going to spend $5 a month to have a digital virtual dog, cat, dragon, tiger, snow leopard, or whatever. First company to build it, billionaire. So I keep telling us that no one's taking us up on this. We kept hoping to see it one day. But a service like that would be awesome. Now we've been talking, I mentioned a game or a pet or something like this. There's the enterprise, and again, because we're kind of all here as programmers, many of you might be looking for a job. And I'll go back to what I said when I first spoke yesterday about looking out the window if you've done it. Every company and every building that you see is going to fill up their office with a service that's pertinent to their business model. It could be a big factory, it could be a small dentist's office, but wherever you go with your AR glasses, you're going to connect to services everywhere. Even on the street level, the city will run services to direct foot traffic, automotive traffic, bus traffic. At the airports, where are the buses that are going to take you to your rental car? Where do I find my bags? How do I check in? How do I find my gates? How does food get from the back of the food service to the front, deli counters in any restaurant? Every business, everywhere, is going to become a collection of services. In the hospital industry, you're going to have 300 services that operate within a hospital. In an airport, you're going to have 500 services. In any factory, 100 services there. So the opportunity right now to programmers and small businesses or big businesses to get in and start thinking about how are you going to build businesses that enterprise companies, government agencies, defense contractors, retailers, people are going to use in the house. I'm going to have a service to run my sprinklers, to run my refrigerator, to turn on and off my lights, anything that is proprietarily locked into Alexa, Google, Nest, Apple's, Microsoft's, Meta's home market ecosystem. All those little components will probably find their way into Metaverse services that you can drop everywhere, and even services that you can take along with you. So there's going to be, needless to say, millions, if not hundreds of millions of services that will be floating everywhere next to the physical objects that don't move, like buildings or benches or trees. And even trees can be turned into services.
We have a question from the internet.
Okay, I guess I was done with that question, but here we go.
It said, so this is from our friend Gabe.
Yes, we know Gabe.
And Define Human. Compression is good for network traffic, but could decompression be canceling out the benefits of sending it faster by the CPU having to work harder? And you mentioned that all of Rowan's assets are under 2 megabytes.
He does not realize, and this is not a setup, he does not realize how intrinsic that question is to the history of my software and our company. And so, I'm not sure which angle he's coming from, but I will give an answer to that one, uniquely to my software, which relates to one of the first questions we had about scalability. And I talked about peeling the layers of onions, and I'm going to give a clue to people. When I was building a piece of software in the past, my very, very, very first scalability problem out of the 47 I tackled was compression. And I couldn't figure out why our server was running so damn slow. It's like, how could it possibly be running this slow? And what I was doing was I was running around and doing all these really, 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 really complicated, I mean, I can't tell you, if I were the CPU, I would have been tired. We were collecting all this information, and then I would say, send this to the client. And oh, by the way, compress it first. One line of code that said compress. And what I discovered was that the compression was chewing up 95% of our CPU cycles. So as much work that I thought that I was doing an exhaustive amount of work to collect the information that I was going to send to the client. That one line of code that said compress it to send it to the client was taking up 20 times more work than the work that I was doing myself. And so my first breakthrough in scalability was to get rid of compression. And once I stopped compressing our data, our program ran 20 times faster. Now, that also meant that I was sending a little bit more data than I was, and I replaced it with a very, very, very simple compression algorithm, and I did the same thing with audio. When we were sending audio back and forth, obviously, very first thing you think about is MP3. I'm going to compress it with MP3, and I did the math. And MP3 gets about 11-to-1 compression. Awesome. Great. Who doesn't want to send 11 times less traffic? Now, if you're on a cloud service provider like Amazon, data, traffic, will bankrupt your company because they overcharge you by 400 times the actual market cost of the traffic. So what really cost $40 per gigabit, they charged $16,000 for last time I checked. So most people want to save on traffic. But for us, traffic is really cheap. Traffic is free. And so I replaced the MP3 algorithm, which consumes an unbelievable amount of time to compress. I mean, ridiculous amount of time to compress with a very simple compression algorithm that only gets about 2-to-1 compression. But the trade-off is it takes no time. So MP3 compression is 11-to-1, and we've got 2-to-1, and the trade-off is taking up nearly 100% of your CPU versus taking up 0% of your CPU. So the answer there is it depends. You have to weigh the benefits versus the cost, and in our case, the cost of compression in both of these cases was too much to bear. And so we opted for a blend of a good enough compression to get the speed back. And I will say, one other thing I was going to mention is at the end of this hackathon, I was actually going to offer a $10,000 bounty to the world for anyone who could prove on our compression algorithm. What I will say is that bounty will be offered just as soon as Claude and I have one more crack at it. So, literally last week, Sean and I were talking about this bounty, and we have one other thing we'd like to solve. We were going to offer $10,000 for this and $10,000 for that. Claude and I are going to take a crack at both of these, and when I'm done, we will then offer a $10,000 bounty on anyone who can improve on what Claude and I can do in compression. So ultimately, it depends. We want to get the best compression that we can get. Overall, it saves everyone time and cost, and overall makes the system architecture better. So very simple question. I don't know if I answered it exactly, but that's my story and history. So.
Kind of carrying over from the compression question, I was curious how you see blockchains or crypto being used in this, and if you've ever used like referrals to hashes, things like that in the networks. Not only say for the marketing end of say stable coins across, but I'm just curious if you've looked into blockchain at all.
So my feeling on blockchain is it can and will be used for everything that it is good for, which is not to say that it is good for everything. Two very different things. So I know there's a lot of companies out there many years ago who were thinking, oh, we're going to build our entire system on blockchain, which is great if you don't mind operating at a snail's pace, but at the scalability we're talking about, blockchain doesn't even figure in the equation. So we're not going to force anything on the blockchain, but there's a lot of things that are actually really good for the blockchain, and I think that will work itself out. I'll highlight two of them in particular that I know are kind of a slam dunk, and one of them is identity. Having identity on a blockchain is, I can't even imagine any other way. So the way I see that shift is each individual will be in charge of their own identity. You'll get a blockchain provider which will manage your identity. This is subject to change. We're going to have a lot of discussion. I encourage everyone interested in this to join the Metaverse Standards Forum and join a working group that will be solving these problems. I'm not going to be solving this individually, but this is the way I've been thinking about it, is you'll have an identity blockchain, you will have companies, and this is already being done by the way, so it's nothing novel. So you'll have companies that will run that blockchain, and you will create your identity within that blockchain, including all of your personas and all of your blogs, and you will syndicate your blog to a platform like Instagram or YouTube or Twitter, rather than giving all of your content, rather than giving all of your content to Instagram or YouTube and having them be the owner of your content, deciding whether or not they're going to keep you, you would syndicate your content to them. And they would just read your identity and your blog out of that. So I think that's a good solution for blockchain. And also property ownership, managing who owns which pieces of land and having that work its way into the metaverse, because ultimately every building, again, that you see out of these windows has the right to operate on that spot. And we do have to make sure that everyone has that digital right. And I see that being transferred during escrow in the future. When you transfer over your land rights, you can have to transfer over your digital rights. And that's a great solution for blockchain as well. mandating that everyone switch over and use digital currency and blockchain, cryptocurrency. I don't think we can or want to do that, but making it an option, absolutely. So, but I think that I hope that people will find utility in blockchain and crypto and use it where it is beneficial and not try to force everything to fit into this mold just because it's cool and new. So, I mean, cool and new is cool, and everyone I think AI is kind of like, oh my God, AI is very cool, and AI is new. Let's get everything to look and work and fit into AI. It's a great, great, great tool, but it's not the solution to everything, and blockchain will absolutely have its place, hopefully the right stuff. So, another question?
Kind of tangential to that, curious to know more about kind of this distributed computing problems you kind of face as you're building your browser to be like super multiplayer. I guess you're adjusting lots of fabrics in real time, kind of something that's interesting. I think also blockchains and crypto have done a lot of kind of innovation and kind of scalability space. So I'm curious if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, blockchain technologies are, at least the later ones. I'm not sure about Bitcoin, but we've been looking into Hedera, which is highly scalable and very energy efficient. So blockchain is these days is very, very, very scalable. But that's a solution for a couple different components of it. The distribution of spatial fabrics, where each company or each entity is running their own spatial fabric on their own server, kind of light as a load. Trying to put everything through one computer system makes it very difficult for that one computer system provider to do everything, can get easily overloaded. But it's like, do you think the World Wide Web would work very well if you had one company doing all the web hosting? It wouldn't work. I mean, Amazon gets what, 50% now? Yeah, they do a lot, but I don't know, overall it's a small percentage. So the distribution of spatial fabrics is a really big deal in solving that problem. I can definitely say that within our server, in our architecture, we distribute the load amongst many different servers. Even audio, specifically, for example, when it comes in, as you're talking, we receive it from one server and then we send it off to another server to process that, and we send the result back. We have unique ways of doing that within our database and unique algorithms for who gets to do what. It's a little bit different than the way most backend servers work, which contributes to its efficiency. But overall, I can say that, at least within the industry, the gaming industry that I come from, a lot of companies, a lot of companies have very difficult problems with scaling real-time systems. And we have this, I think I alluded to this before, we have a library coming out, which will most likely be called NSOs, which doesn't necessarily intrinsically solve the scalability problem that most companies would face if they were to scale up. What I would say is, it's patterned after the way we've solved the problem. And since we've solved it quite well, if you use NSO the way that they're designed and you follow that pattern, your program will stand a much better chance of scaling than if you pick some random other haphazard way that other people kind of approach scaling. All scaling solutions are not created equal. Many companies have a difficult time figuring out how to scale, especially in real time, and they might choose an architecture that gives them a lower chance of success. What I'm suggesting is if you follow our architecture recommendations, you're going to have a higher chance of success. And maybe one day we will make our database technology publicly available, in which case, I don't want to say scalability will be solved, but for many, many, many types of applications, you'll pick up 3 orders of magnitude of scaling overnight. So that would be very helpful over time.
Do you also think, like, as buildings kind of host their own fabric servers, do you think they would have to rather make their own computer inside of the physical building? As you walk in, you connect directly to it, it will serve you.
You will definitely. So, yeah, if I understood correctly, this is an interesting problem. Like, again, you look out the window around here, you probably see like 10,000 different buildings around here. And so, if every building is an independent spatial fabric, which it will be, the problem is if you're a browser with your AR glasses or VR glasses trying to just scour this landscape, you don't have time to make 10,000 connections to 10,000 individual spatial fabrics. that would be overload for everyone. So what you have to do is implement a primary spatial fabric allowing for the connection of 10,000 buildings in a very, very, very high density place, would have to cache that information such that from this vantage point, we would provide an overall view with a single connection that could provide all these buildings. And I've seen this level of detail done before. And then when you're really close to a building, the individual building spatial fabric would take over. So you might not end up connecting to this building until I'm within, let's say, 20 meters of the building or 25 meters. But other than that, the public facade that we're caching is going to be good enough. And that could change over time. That can be improved with faster speeds. But that's just one of the solutions I thought we're probably going to have to deal with going forward. So, good question. And also, just to make this easier, because I know coming up with a very thoughtful question can be challenging. And so here's something that's going to be a lot easier, is if you want to give a really, really good compliment, because everyone should be able to think of compliments here, you can also give me a really good compliment, and I will consider that as part of the judging criteria too. So either questions or compliments will do. Now, my what? My head shines bright because the light coming down from here. Thank you very much. It was I had it freshly shaved the day before I left, but it's got a little fuzz on the top now. It's a little diffuse. So, get sparkle? Do I get like twinkle in my teeth? Thank you very much. Does everyone notice I'm wearing the exact same clothes I was wearing in my online video? It's kind of like a signature. I would tell you, here's a little secret. In the video, just a little tidbit of no valuable information whatsoever. But if you go to rp1.com/learn, the very top of the page, you can see a video of me wearing this outfit. But the distinct difference is I had long sleeves on all the way down past my wrist. Does anyone want to guess why that was? If you can guess it, you get the T-shirt right away. All right, Dave knew I know. It's because I was cleaning out the arroyo in the back of my house, and I had a severe case of poison oak. It was so bad when I went to the urgent care, the nurse literally took a step back as if like, whoa, what was that? So that was completely covering my arm. When I did that video, which is why my sleeves are all the way down past me. So, another compliment or question?
Well, I want to make a little bit of discussion about how to transfer data, especially when you mentioned the avatars. So there's a lot of modeling techniques and things that you can use, different compression algorithms. So what are you looking into? And then maybe we can all talk about different possibilities, kind of brainstorm.
That is an ideal setup for saying that there is, Neil, there is a working group that deals specifically with avatars, or is it part of a, yes, is that a yes on there?
Not just avatars, but sending data like shapes, you were talking about chairs and things, but we can send information. So we created like fractal mathematics. We could create all these plans and all these objects. And so this is in the 80s and 90s, so we talked about something called what did we call it? Object PostScript, where you actually send the commands like with PostScript, you just send the code to basically draw the letters and everything like that. But you can do the same thing with images and things. And I think with Omniverse, they're doing the same kind of thing where they mimic the entire world, and then they model the real world. And there's a lot of technology in that you can utilize. And the standards, these are all things that have to be created, but just to be aware of all the different players that could potentially contribute to it.
There is a lot of expertise out there that will contribute to solving all these problems. I mean, some of them I've thought about more than others, some of them I've tinkered in, some of them I've got some pretty good ideas about that. But overall, I think there's a lot of people who have done some very significant amount of work that we'd be better off just learning from them as opposed to doing whatever I think we should do. And so there'll be lots of groups that will debate a lot of these topics specifically.
You play a crucial role because you can integrate all those different sources. So when you have an open system, the best model supposedly wins if you have an open source methodology.
Yeah.
And so you can kind of coordinate and say, I need this, or we need this, and what's the best way to address it?
Well, so sometimes you'll maybe stumble on a solution and go, wow, this is the best solution we have today. And then a year later, someone just invents something new that no one had ever considered before, and we go, oh, well, that's a lot better. Why don't we also support that one too? An example, like Sean's got a...
Yeah, so I want to, it's really important when it comes to RP1 and really the open metaverse browser is, again, we're not a platform. So we're stating that when you build your evolution of a website, which we are referring to as a spatial fabric, which will be a new standard on how people build digital twins and bring people to an immersive environment. The challenge that we're going to have is we're going to state the problem. We're going to state the problem that goes to stream, handle a certain number of users. What are the constraints of sending all that data, different plot systems? And when you state the problem, it's up to not just RP1, if we're helping push these standards through the Metaverse Standards Forum, everyone can now contribute to solving that problem. In fact, someone may invent a better way to compress or bring in meshes in avatars that are much more eloquent or higher level graphics or fidelity. And again, it's not a decision of RP1, it's more of a decision on what is the problem that people are going to have with their own spatial fabrics and how a Metaverse browser as a user might go through a Metaverse browser and make it seamless to be with either tens or hundreds or thousands of people all at a given time. So it's a common problem that everyone will join from a stream building standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when the web first came out, there was certain compression algorithms, and E3 came out and did a very good job.
Exactly.
So, and I'm just addressing kind of that world that you're trying to build. I'm just trying to get a better scope of what.
It will evolve. I mean, our first version of the browser that comes out will solve a number of problems and be generally good enough. But what version 5.0 of the metaverse looks like, I might have very little say in that. Yeah, I don't know how much of a role Tim Berners-Lee had in HTML 5.0. Probably none whatsoever. You know, at some point, a standards organization will say, thanks RP1 or thanks Metaverse Standards Forum, or we've got this, right? Or maybe it's a group within the Metaverse Standards Forum that says, we got it, and we're going to just, every new feature, every new improvement is going to be something that will be worked on very, very, very deeply by a number of very committed, very smart, very talented groups of people that will take whatever input they have and say, okay, we're going to, this problem is good, but it's not good enough. Let's see if we can't come up with a better solution. So that better solution will just work its way into a new version. So predicting or saying, you know, decisively, this is how this particular thing is going to get solved over time, it's just an iterative process that a lot of creative minds will be required to make things better and better. I will say right now, a lot of people on the planet are not aware of or concerned with most of the problems that we're going to encounter or need for an open metaverse. And until people in mass start switching over and realizing and start wearing the headsets, and it becomes more and more of our daily life, and it becomes like, wow, this is really slow, can't we make this better? So once we get, instead of dozens of people thinking about these optimal solutions to dozens of millions of programmers thinking about these solutions, once we get the more people thinking about these solutions, we're going to get better answers over time. And that's what version 2 and version 3 and version 4 will go to. I mean, Neil might even be able to give a much more insightful answer because he's been involved with standards over time. But anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I agree that we've just started. I mean, we don't have all the solutions as Dean says, but there is quite a lot of work. I mean, that is proven and in progress. That kind of discussion is happening primarily at the format standardization groups. So the two are GLTF and USD. They're probably the two kind of front runners right now. I can speak to GLTF, for 3D compression. There's texture compression and there's geometry compression. For geometry compression, you have mesh opt for a long time. It gives us like a 8 to 10 times compression. The Draco was contributed by Google. Similar compression, depends on the type of model which is best. Texture compression, we have KTX, which is another kernel standard which compresses textures pretty well and decompresses them on the GPU, so it doesn't blow up your CPU and your CPU memory. And that's all shipping. That's been shipping for years. We're beginning to think about streaming, like volumetric streaming, level of detail, streaming, and stuff that's got me excited for things like textures, which is, I've seen it work, but it's not shipping in production yet, is neural textures, where you don't ship a texture map at all. You don't ship a bitmap image, compressed or not. You ship a neural net, and you run the neural net on the client, and it generates the texture for you in situ. And that gives you an enormous amount of compression. The cost of some compute, but all the clients are getting more NPUs over time, so it's going to be a thing. So.
I never would have thought of that. Awesome. Thank you for that. All right, it's just while Neil was talking, it crossed over 4 o'clock. So I will say, pencils down. We'll be a little flexible on this timeline, but if you're here in the room, if you can hear me, pencils down. If you're at home, 4 o'clock, please check in everything you have to your repository. Thank you for your participation. We need to find a winner for this one. Some of the people who asked some of the really good questions. Who had the best question here, or best compliment? Ray? All right, I got one sweatshirt to give away and one T-shirt. So who wants the head thing was awesome. So all right, someone's speaking up, and I'm trying to. Did you get Claude to do your thing for you? Did you get that done? Because I got a separate sweatshirt for that too. Okay. So okay, I'm gonna pick. Ray's gonna get the T-shirt. You're gonna get the sweatshirt. Because everyone else is going to. So all right, and then anyone who has a question can come up and get a hat. In fact, heck, everyone in the room can come up and get a hat because I'm not taking an airplane with me. And I'm going to hand it over to Dave because I'm sure we're completely prepared on how we knew how we were going to start this competition, but I don't think we planned about how we're going to end it. So judging's going to begin, and who knows how we're going to do that.
Drum roll, please. All right, so if you are a judge, please meet in the back, your right corner room. The back right room. If you're a judge, you should know. Please meet us in the back right room behind the glass. If you guys are hackers, if you guys are attendees just hanging out here, you guys are welcome to the hang. And I'll explain to you right now how this will proceed. But if you guys are judges, please meet Sean, Dean, and the rest of the RP1 team in the back right room. And again, I'm going to join you all in a moment as well. So if y'all are hackers, here's what's going to happen. All right? You guys have now, hopefully by now, submitted your projects on our RP1 Discord under hack submissions. You guys need to include your team name, what track or category you guys are trying to be judged against, and a link to your Git repository. In addition, what's going to happen is you will have, and you can take this time right now to prepare as well. I told some of y'all as I was walking around, you will have around 5 minutes to present your project visually here in front of everybody, including the judges, and online, and that will include some Q&A time. All right, so and take this time to think through your story, think through really the value of what you guys have created, and understand how you're best utilizing the open standards we've been championing this weekend, and why this is important for your vertical that you've selected. And so again, if all of our judges can go in the back room, I'll see you all in a moment, but again, for all the hackers, you have 5 minutes to be able to present in front of everybody. You're going to come up here, connect your laptop to HDMI, you're going to go into a Google Meeting link that I will post in the Discord, and then we will all be able to share and see your presentation, including everybody online. And for everybody that's joining online, the same will go for you. You will have 5 minutes to present to everybody here in person. We'll have the mic at the laptop to make sure that the audio gets shared. And so again, think through, you have 5 minutes to present shortly. All right, we'll aim to be ready to present at 4:30. All right, so we'll reconvene here at 4:30 for all the presentations. All right, so you guys have around 24 minutes to think through your story, think through all now the marketing behind how you're going to talk through your presentation and your demo. If you guys do have questions, I'll try to pop out, but we're going to discuss if you guys are a part of the judging group, and RP1 team is welcome to go into the back right room. Thank you all.
So Sean probably told you, he was like, look, because you're going to submit.
No, I guess but I got like you know, wait, is it? I really love that.
I don't mind. I just want to know if
She offered it, it was like,
did you say sure?
no, I didn't really say, but
I'll
okay. Yeah, I mean,
Ray, do you want to join as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's automated.
And we're going to start soon, like in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think if you want to say some words, like introduce her, like welcome to the
Okay, welcome. Okay.
You know, just like recap everything. Everyone.
Got it.
I'm going to share the presentation to
I would actually start the Google Meet now so people can start logging in.
Exactly. That's like, can you form me in there again so you understand the format? Basically, is like we're gonna basically have them connect to people meeting
Or in person.
The in-person people also connect to this room and be able to share their screen.
Okay, but they can be here or remotely. It doesn't matter.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And then whatever you want to talk about for judging or for the tracks, it's gonna be all set.
The hard thing is maybe it's just the track through the talking to person and then you go right to the
That's what I'm saying. So please like open up your notes app.
on your phone.
We have team names that we'll judge and we'll go order like order.
I think what we need to do is we have to definitely do it in tracks.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get everybody's, like when they submit it on their Discord, we're gonna take that and just organize it by tracks.
First track fresh, get them all done, so then we're like, okay, actually.
Including remote, is for sure. It'll be mixed up.
I actually think, to be honest, it's too confusing a lot of the judges. Remote have to be on remote. So this is what the judges are voting. They're not judging. In fact, it's mixed up. It's not like where you need to be. And there's like where you are. I don't mind them going, but let's have a dividing line so they know exactly that's track one is your team so that they know something about it. Maybe after track one we have a few minutes to actually talk, and then we'll do track two, a few minutes to talk, track three. That might be better. They just do a whole bunch of it. Yes.
You mind interrupting?
David, I'm going to share with you
I don't think you guys. I mean, we need like Ray, like go.
So this is spatial information stack.
copies, you can add nodes, you can connect nodes to other nodes. You can tie them to actual physical spaces. This is all yourself. And then what I wanted to do is obviously put this in so everyone. Here you can just click on the invitation if you want.
Even before the stock before
Just not
went public, it went up 16,000%.
I didn't want to spin my wheels. I was originally going to get all three locations. I couldn't figure out how it seemed similar to properly move it so that when you click the button, you go to the space that there's the 16th floor, there's a location on the second floor, and then there's the main floor.
So little cameras
I did scans of this floor and the main entrance. Yeah, polycab. So this is polycab. And so this is the 16th floor. So what I hoped for was to put like a knowledge graph.
For collecting the world. Fine and Dan.
Did you scan it? Yeah, I mean, pretty. I think what the knowledge graphs do, especially in like a service like that, RP1's like a social, and you can integrate multiple people services in one place. It's the hardest thing to do that. Because everyone's trying to do it all the time. I don't know. So you can work for people behave differently for different reasons. And people misinterpret how people behave because like we see it for our own view, but we don't really see it from other people. We see the surface level of someone's behavior, but we don't see the underlying reason. Reality time. So yeah, that's the yeah, eventually be able to upload like documents and artifacts. You can't upload artifacts right now. It's contributing perspective. And then
But I have visions of chaos, so I can figure it out.
it's not multi-user yet. There's money to pay for another server and all that. Yeah, I'm really glad to do that. But you know, it's not multi-user yet. That's to make it like if you go on my Vercel site, yeah, you can add something that's going to be on your computer as soon as you see it. That company name now, you know, Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin and all of the spatial and all of that. You don't have the I would use it. I mean, it's probably because Obsidian uses HUD to create the best part is Obsidian doesn't know how they want it. It's not like so you can download it to your
or it's running on if you pay for the $5 for one, you can send it for if you don't care about the supervision, it's free.
So do we know track one?
Yeah, I have a list of everybody.
And they're aligned to their needs?
Yes. Again, 430 is right.
430. So just remember, if you're in there, we're going to discuss track one. We're going to pause. Everyone's going to go to the room. We're going to take 2 minutes. And then we're going to come back out and rinse and repeat.
We'll see.
Already got that working, right? I don't remember. I thought someone had that working. Yeah. I remember someone doing some sort of like smart map or something, but I don't remember. Maybe that was. Have you chatted with like Magic and stuff, or? I think his one.
Are people trying to enter the video?
So, David tells me you were here was detective. You to be a caring man.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How you doing?
He says you work for Urban.
We share it, I don't know how long it's publicly it's I guess, right?
But
yeah, but it won't work because
like,
one had environmental labels and stuff.
I need so much other food. You guys give me such a bad rap. I really need.
I don't know.
It's just you guys are my
Fuck, I can't remember because we have to.
and those are the two foods I do not touch. And it's their favorite. That's their favorite. His favorite is.
Oh man, going old school here. So what time are you starting?
Yeah, not right now. I'm sending out the blast to get everybody online.
So I have something else at 5 o'clock. So I'm gonna walk down there. I'll just go time here, and then I'll come back out.
That's the only thing that we got. Like everything else is just. Go for the hand. So it's yeah, you can't really do that. Sure.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. I can always find something to do. I'll have like Eddie and whatever else that they have. Eddie is the shrimp one, and then whatever else. They usually have. I have a picture. So many years ago, I went to but anyways, no, it's not fish one. So what it is in Japan, there are little small bed and breakfast that's specially that's not bed and breakfast. That's the best way to describe it. And what they do is they have one spa kind of thing, like it's like 110 degrees water. Yes, it's like
Last chance, everybody. It's starting now.
what you're supposed to do for it. It's
So
like
this is
the
going
whole
to be
thing's
recorded?
like
Is there a demo session or?
Yeah, I'm ready now. I just sent out the blast, so we're good. If you want to welcome everybody in.
It's an experience, unlike any experience. Certainly.
So the demo's going to be recorded?
Hello, everybody. If everyone could come on over here, we're going to get started. all the judges can come join us, and everyone can move over here, it'd be great.
Yeah, I put it in the.
We're gonna get started in about 30 seconds or 60 seconds.
All right, guys, for everyone presenting today, just quick information. There's in your Discord link, there is a Google Meet. You're gonna join that Google Meet link on your laptop. Once you connect to the projector, you're gonna share your screen so we can stream it to everybody who is online. So, again, when you're called up on stage, make sure you have joined the Google Meet. That is, the link is in the Discord. And you're gonna share your entire screen so everyone can view it. Any questions around that? And then you can start presenting. Yes.
Where is the Google link again?
It's in the Discord.
Which channel?
Hackathon 2026 and Hackathon submissions.
Okay. It's in the Hackathon channel, guys. Make sure you guys have joined the Google Meet link. You can keep it muted. You don't, you can keep your speakers off. But make sure you guys are in the Google Meet link when you're coming up front to present.
I mean, I just so I did it up there too, but you got it. And you have the order there too.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, let me make an announcement. In our Discord, I posted the order. The first one will be AGI Corp Agent Bay. The second was SAO. So AGI. AGI Corp Agent Bay. AGI. This is going to be, yeah, perfect. So let's just go, AGI Corpus with Junior next. Yeah. This is, yeah, track 1 AI. Yeah, but this is versus oh.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank everyone for helping us conclude the weekend for the Open Metaverse Hackathon. Everyone, a round of applause. Yep, I love it. The neat thing about doing this, and I know I said this on day one, is the passion and the curiosity and the willingness to join us, learn about the Open Metaverse, understand that it's much bigger than any single game. I know even in the early days of the web, even mobile devices, we actually had a side conversation earlier today, and it was funny because when mobile devices first came out, like the mobile phone, there was a lot of people who are like, no one's gonna walk around with a mobile phone. Like, that's absolutely crazy. We have a landline. We have, phone booths. And sometimes it's hard to see the future, and sometimes you can use words that are very different. And in fact, some people built a website or their own VPN intranet, and they're like, this is the World Wide Web. And if you think about that today, the World Wide Web is all-encompassing of everything that's being done everywhere from your house to your airports to everything imaginable. And so the idea of the metaverse, again, is an evolution of the World Wide Web. And it's going to start by creating standards, just like the very first web browser helped create the World Wide Web. And we are in the AOL days of the metaverse. And right now, these standards are going to enable corporations, individuals, everyone to come together, participate, and build it without any one company saying what we can or cannot do. And the most important thing is that you have to be able to own your data, you have to control your destiny, and people should be able to build all the components. To reiterate kind of what happened on Saturday for people that weren't here and didn't see the live stream, we did announce a very, very important initiative. And we created the Open Metaverse Browser Initiative with the Metaverse Standards Forum. And this is extremely important because as a company, we had the vision, we've created technology, but we knew that no one company could own all of that architecture and the idea for the future of the open metaverse. And so we are putting that all under the MSF umbrella so that the world can join and bring standards together and help build the next evolution of the web browser. And that is going to help ignite how we come together and create the open metaverse. And so I want to remind you, everyone that's participated this weekend, not only were you brave, because this is an abstract, lots of information to take in, but you spent 2 days asking questions, getting mentored, seeing sessions, and learning all different components that you can get involved with. But I want to remind everyone, it doesn't stop today. This is something that, same way with the World Wide Web, tools were created over decades. This is literally the very beginning. And so we're going to continue to have more information, more teams are going to submit things, but we want to take it a step further, is to keep building, because you can be the WordPress of the open metaverse. You can have the ideas and know that all the companies are going to eventually build spatial fabrics. What tools will they need? And you can create multi-billion-dollar companies around these ideas, just like the founder of WordPress. He knew this thing called a website was going to be one of the most powerful things that's going to unite the entire world. And guess what? He built tools, and it became a billion-dollar company that helped everyone navigate and create websites that can connect anywhere. And so this is that moment where you're just learning about all these components. There's so much more to learn. So I do suggest to sign up at the Metaverse Standards Forum. I think it's a great place where all information will be there. We're also going to have omb.wiki, which will be an open place where people can contribute and share, and we'll continue to have updates and information about all these amazing concepts and the new open standards that are going to come to the world. So this is really, really exciting. So I just want to thank everyone for taking this weekend, spending the time to dive in some really deep stuff and really create some amazing things. So thank you. So the judging format, just want to remind everyone, we are going to do track 1 first. We're going to have, I think we have 2 teams that are going to come in track 1, and we're going to watch them, their presentation, and then we are going to judge on that track, and then we'll come back out and do all the teams in track 2, and then we will do the same thing again for track 3. After track 3 is done, we're going to enable all the people that are remote to also present for 5 minutes their ideas. And just so everyone knows, we wanted to give the people that were remote, they didn't get the same in-person feeling about connecting with us as a team to really learn about what we're doing. And so as a team, we decided we're going to give our time all next week to spend 15, 20 minutes with each team to really understand what they build, answer questions, maybe give them guidance, because if they want to take these ideas, remember, these are incubated ideas that eventually become very powerful things. And we want to do our best to help guide and give them the things that they need to take it the next step forward. And so we're going to spend our time next week in these 15 minutes. They can sign up at rp1.com/meet and take a 15-minute time frame either on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. And then we'll announce the winner of and runner-up on Friday for everyone that is remote. And so I think I'm hopeful everyone remote, everyone can say hi because this will be recording. I just want to thank you, obviously, for doing remote. We want to make you feel like you're actually here, and we look forward to seeing you guys next week. But you will get, in a few minutes, your opportunity to share everything you are with the group here. So that's going to be super exciting. And we're also going to have a kind of a grand prize. You can also call it a People's Choice winner. And to explain what that's all about, I'm actually going to bring up Sonia with AWE. And so if you can come up and talk about kind of this grand prize, I think it's really special. I did allude to it yesterday, but I'd like Sonia to speak on it. And I want to thank you again for AWE and Ori for sponsoring this event. I know you guys are literally an ambassador for the XR industry for many, many years and bringing everyone together. And for you guys to support this means a lot to us, and I think everyone else. So thank you so much, Sonia.
Thank you very much. So thank you. And first of all, congratulations to everybody for being here and the work that you've done and that you will continue to do. Just the fact that you're doing this means something. And so we're very happy to see this many people out here for this and also remotely online. The big news is, yes, it's correct, the overall winner, this will be decided by the judges, will receive a pass to AWE. And also, anyone who's participating in this hackathon, whether here or remotely, will be eligible to apply for the Builders Program at AWE. The Builders Program is spectacular. If you apply, out of the applicants, 40 of those applicants will be chosen to pitch on stage at AWE in the Expo Hall. This is the Builders stage. So it's a great opportunity to show off your work, and I encourage all of you to attend, and we hope we'll see you there. So thank you very much, and good luck with your projects.
Thank you so much, Sonia. So I want to quickly, I know I did thank the judges on day one. I still like to do the same today because we may have new crowds. This is live streaming. And so I want to go through real quickly with the judges. Obviously, Neil Trevette, obviously with the Kronos Group at Metaverse Standards Forum, thank you so much for your sponsorship. Caitlin Kraus, thank you so much for joining us today and being a judge. Julian Reyes with the Virtual World Museum, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us, an OG in the space along with all of our judges, which is quite special. Ole Skinder, he's with Binance, and what was really neat about Ole, he heard about what we were doing and knew this was an important step for the industry and the web, and recognizing Web3 will be components of that. So I want to thank you so much for joining and showing up. Michaelis with Vibe Coding, where were you at? There you are. All right. So many people was like this. Thank you so much for joining us and being a judge. He's been integral in helping people, so thank you very much for everything you've done here. Obviously, Sonia Haskins, thanks again for AWE and their support. And Rayon, where's Rayon? Rayon's over here. Without Rayon, I'll tell you right now, I just want to give him a huge round of applause. This guy, and I know I said this a little bit, but we have some new people here. We met at CES, and he joined us for lunch and learned all things RP1 and the future of the internet, the spatial internet, the metaverse, all these amazing terms. And he said he asked all the most amazing questions and really understood how big of a project this was. And he says, this needs to have a hackathon, and we need to do this at ASAP, because this is different than most hackathons. Most companies come out and they're like, oh, we got a problem. We can go hire people, or we can just get young people to do a hackathon and we'll pay them $5,000, which they're gonna be happy about, and it solves a big $1 million problem that we have, and you get a hackathon. But this is a hackathon not for us. Again, it's for the world to build, and it's very, very different. And when he heard about that, he's like, this needs to be a part of the Frontier Tower, and he really helped make this all possible. So thanks again, Rayan. You're absolutely amazing and a class act. We also have Anna with Socially Produced. Thank you so much. She has an amazing company and has been willing to actually video and take pictures of the entire event, and so we really appreciate you coming out this weekend. And Rebecca Evans, I just want to thank you so much. Rebecca has been amazing. I think she really learned about RP1 quite a while back, and she's really spent a lot of time at a lot of our events. She's volunteered a lot of work, and it's really hard trying to build open standards. I know Neil knows that all too well. You don't make a lot of money, but you're giving back to the world. And so I want to thank you for volunteering. It's really hard because as much as we are a company, it's really hard. We can't grow until we can get to the next step. But I think with these open standards, there can be a lot of opportunity. But I want to thank you for really being there for us. So thank you. So with that said, I also want to thank, last but not least, once more, is the entire RP1 team. Again, and I think all of you guys really understand this. When you're going 0 to 1, starting something from scratch and evolving, it is one of the loneliest places to be. I know you guys sit behind computers trying to change the world and hack and create companies. It's hard. And the idea that you can push and persevere and continue to want to make something, we started off something with really, really special software, but realized there was something much bigger that we were working on. And about 1.5 years, we made that pivot. And we would not be here today if it weren't for each and every single team member at RP1. I really think we have some of the most amazing people as far as what they do. And the ability to pick up and work on their craft without having lots of management or people and really just doing their thing is absolutely special. And so real quickly, I do want to thank the team. I know we have Chris here, Dean, obviously. We got Dave Cernike, Where's Jim? Jim is somewhere. Jim is right here. Thank you again.
Junior's incognito.
I see him hiding over there. Don't worry, he's got the sunglasses on. But Junior is absolutely amazing. He was able to fly up here and be a part of this, which is awesome. And then where's Mr. David Nassau? There you go, right there. David, I really want to give you mad kudos to pull an event like this together and quickly do everything you've done. I mean, you've been spectacular day one from RP1. So thank you for coming out and really helping this come alive along with Ray and the team. So thank you very much for making that happen. Yep. So with that said, let's get some judging. I want to see some cool stuff. I want to see all these amazing ideas. Again, just a reminder, we're going to do track one. It looks like there's 2 companies, so it looks like we just got to figure out who's in first and who's the runner-up. And so with that said, AGI Corp, you guys are number 1 to step up. So are you guys going to be, you want to come up here? Yeah. Let's do it. This is Mike. Mike, yes, he's amazing. I think you're a part of the tower, right? You're here all the time?
Yeah, I just kind of, pretty much, I'm usually on some floor doing some random thing or an event.
Well, not only is he a participant, but I do want to say he did volunteer to help this entire event. So I do want to thank Mike separately. That will not give him any kudos. Judges, ignore what I just said. We have to keep this even playing field.
Because a lot of you, I actually didn't check in because I was hacking.
So he didn't do his job, so we're going to have to hit him. You know, now he's definitely second place. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, here's Mike, and thank you, everyone.
HDMI into the left.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's on the chair. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, well, I'm doing this. First off, thanks everybody for being here and coming to the tower. This is always an amazing experience, and so to have, I don't have the cord there. But basically, yeah, we do a lot of hackathons here, and I just want to say that once again, kudos to this team, because a lot of them, not just here, but around the city, have sponsorships, but don't have sponsors. And so it was pretty amazing to see not just one member of the team here, but the entire team here the entire time. It was midnight, and I'm still sitting here talking to team members who were hacking away, and so yeah, thanks for that. Looks like I got this up. And one more thing to all you people at home, this is awesome. This isn't over. Stay online, get with Rayanne, follow us online. We're gonna take this. So thank you. What I built here is Agent Bay.
Share your screen on Google Meet.
Oh, okay.
Share your entire screen.
On Google where?
Meet.
Oh shit, I did it on my, I did the Discord on my phone.
All right, guys, again, if you are going to be presenting, there is a Google Meet link in Discord. Make sure you guys join that and share your screen when you come up presenting so people online can also enjoy your presentations and your work. All right, pop quiz. What does RP1 stands for? What's the full form?
Rocket fuel.
It's rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel with the P. Yes, yes. P-H-U-E-L.
No, rocket fuel is rocket propellant number 1, which is fuel that takes you to new worlds. It can mean literally anything. It's what you want it to mean for you.
It's like WD1. You guys know what that stands for. What does that stand for? WD1.
Water displacement one?
All right. Okay, we're here. Looking at you, and then you can share the screen.
What is the first category? What category is this?
I believe this is AI.
All right, share. You can just share the entire screen.
And all right, hey Sean, it would be helpful to know, I think, if they can tell us if they're also what the category is, and if they're also in another category. If they're in another category, is it for the same thing or a different thing?
Yeah, so this will be just track 1, and these 2 teams. I don't think we have any multiple participants, and so it'll just be track 1. And this is AI. I think I should announce that. This is the AI track, you got it.
All right, guys. Yeah, sorry for the hold up here. So basically, I've been working a lot in AI. My background is in IT management, and through that, I was doing a lot of tools for biotech companies and various swarms. So today I wanted to kind of bring a lot of the things I had kind of into the metaverse, because for me, I've been in the metaverse for a long time. I've had all those kind of failed metaverses. I've got Sandbox address next to Snoop Dogg's I bought off the floor, that kind of stuff. And so it was really cool to see that the technology has finally caught up to the dream. And so I wanted to, instead of just bring things in, I liked the vision of where the future was going with agents. And so I've been building out agent swarms, specifically decentralized ones. And so I used Sentient Foundation. I'll just go through the pitch deck here. So yeah, autonomous AI agents that manage and trade and govern virtual parcels. So essentially, I use Sentient Foundation, which allows you to give agents wallets. And so what I did was then take agent swarms and was building them into the metaverse. And so I didn't want to just do it with one agent. I thought that I would make a base so that other people could do the same and just use the tools that I was using. So I kind of shifted to more of a marketplace. This is, let me go down here. So what I did was, I've been in a few hackathons the last couple months, and we just won robotics for Google Gemini. And so I took the two projects that we just used in Gemini, which were used essentially to speed up communication through agents, and was layering that into the metaverse so that the agents that came in have a background, essentially they're connected and can trade and have wallets. Because if they are going to be managing parcels and businesses, they're going to need a way to trade. So with crypto wallets, I figured USD was probably the quickest way to go. So, sorry, I'm not very good at this. Let's see. So I've added agents that some of the use cases would be virtual real estate, trading, DAO governance, pretty much anything that an agent could do. We can have representations of them in the universe. And so instead of just building one business, I wanted to build a framework for all businesses. So I'll just kind of show you, just real quickly, some of the background work that, so these are some of the swarms and the work that I was adding. I'd been building out biotech. These particular are biotech agents that I was using for decentralized science. And so I was able to just take these existing agents, and I used a tool that just came out from, it's called Nanda, and it's out of MIT. And with that, I was going to use that to quilt agents into the metaverse, which essentially is giving them the ability to speak quicker through MCPs. So I've added a lot of tools like that, and that about sums up my time. So it's more still in the dream state. I do have a Git that's connected of where I'm going. We did play in the headsets a little bit with some of the tools, but I kind of got way more into the build of it and didn't actually get a lot of this into the headset yet. But please follow the Git, and yeah, look forward to showing you guys this a year from now and seeing where it went. So thank you very much.
Wait, hold on one second, Mike, hold on. Any quick questions? Yes, go ahead.
So basically, if you get into Sentient Foundation, there's a lot of X402 protocols. And so yeah, I use X402 protocols and specifically Sentient Foundation just because I had already used it, and so it was a cut and paste as opposed to thinking. Yeah, wallet-wise, essentially, I set it up on Polygon, just once again because I had done that back in the day when Polygon was doing a lot of stuff with metaverses, and I had quite a few metaverse assets in Polygon, so it was more about time, but yeah.
Dean, you have a question? Go for it.
Two questions actually. First one is, what percentage of the code base that you're using here come up from companies? This is a competition with yesterday when we started. How much of it was built during the 25-hour competition?
Most of it was built during the competition. What I did is when I came, I was sitting here talking to all of you guys, analyzing your vision as well as the vision of what I had in the past. And so my project changed quite a bit, actually. I was going to just pull in some assets that I had and had this like Atari thing and was going to do something cool in the headset. But then when I saw the larger vision of what it was, I just kind of saw that it was part of what we had already been working on, which was trying to speed up robotics, work on robotics, use Google Gemini to save tokenomics on routers, things like that. And so a lot of it I was just adding as the day went by, and the way I did it was literally just taking the core values of what you wanted built and started from there, and then connected it to my GitHub, and spent about 3 hours processing to come up with a really good plan, and then asked it to give me 100 prompts that would build that. And so yeah, it was a combination of all.
My second question is somewhat unrelated, but are you by any chance related to dental law?
I do get that. I heard that earlier today. It's like I say, I think it's the cadence in the voice. So yeah.
We have a question.
This is really quick. I was just noticing the 100 specialized mental health agents. Is that the part that comes from Manda?
Oh, this was just another, once again, this is the kind of stuff that once I set the frameworks and was figuring out that I could add these tools, then I needed to add agents. And so these were all tools that I'd already got. This specifically was all of the, I found data on all of the mental health people in San Francisco, and there was like a crisis on mental health, so this was just another project that I had, but the metadata behind it was the job descriptions of the agents. So this is just a visualization of what I dropped in. But yeah, on the Nanda protocol, I've just been, any agent that I build, I now add. So.
Any other questions? All right, round of applause for Mike. Thank you so much. All right, second one up is Junior. Hey, Junior.
No, it's fine. You're allowed to. You have better odds. And then Junior. Just share the entire screen. Yep.
While Junior is doing that, there's one thing I left out. We are going to, it's about a 5-minute discussion, so I'll kind of give you a wave when you're getting close, and then obviously we'll still do Q&A after for the handful of questions, okay?
All right, can you hear me? Yeah. All right, hi, my name is Junior. My project is in the AI track. I guess more specifically, there's I saw a section about virtual pets, so this is specifically for that. So I'm gonna talk about virtual creatures or pets or monsters in the metaverse, and especially I'm gonna try to think about or kind of encourage people about different ways we could think about simulating things like this in the metaverse. So I think that the thing that makes these things different than other types of assets is motion in particular, because pretty much for everything that we want to include in the metaverse, you're gonna need some kind of 3D model or something like that, but I think for pets or monsters or creatures, I think the motions are really the important part. So I want to encourage people to think in terms of behaviors rather than animations, and this is where AI is important. So instead of, well, I'm just going to read through this, but I'll show you what I mean in a moment. So instead of handcrafted skeletal animations driven by kinematic joint rotations, we should think in terms of behavior produced by neural networks, motion driven by actuators with physical constraints, such as muscles, and we want to have volumetric effects as first-class citizens. Soft tissue deformation is the thing that drives joint rotations, not the other way around. So the reason why I can do this is not because I'm applying a torque, but because I'm contracting my muscle. And the fact that my bone rotates is just a side effect. So what I mean is something like this. Everything is driven by muscle control, and this is a physics simulation. So it's interactive. It's running in the browser, and what you see in the panel with the signals, those are the muscle control signals. So there's a neural network that was trained to produce these muscle control signals. It's not just like a scripted sequence of actions. It's not a keyframe animation. It can actually react to user interaction. So this is where AI comes in. So there's a neural network that was trained with reinforcement learning to do this type of thing. And I would like to see this type of approach to drive the behaviors in these virtual creatures, virtual pets, virtual monsters in the metaverse. So there's very simple building blocks. Really, all we need is some deformable mesh, which we already have in a lot of 3D assets. So we have deformable elements like triangles, and then we also have active components like muscle fibers. So by changing the muscle control signals, that's how we can achieve these motions. So you just have to put a bunch of these things together to do things like this. And by the way, you can, if you want to go to the to the demo, that's it's online. I guess you can also see the URL, but in any case, I'll just leave it there for a few seconds. So all of this is actually a project that I already developed before the hackathon. I'm gonna show you what's new, but this is an open source project. What I did for the hackathon is a 3D version, because all I had so far was basically a very mature open source version for 2D simulations. And what I did for the hackathon is a 3D version. So it's kind of the same idea. A deformable mesh that is also physically simulated. And we also have these muscle actuators. And I also had to train a new neural network to learn how to control this character. But yeah, like you can see, it works basically the same way. Yeah, and so this is what's new. This is what I did for the hackathon, the 3D version. And that's it.
Let's open it up to questions. Yes, Anna.
What was the biggest challenge moving from 2D to 3D?
It wasn't as difficult as I thought. Basically what I did, I just showed Cloud Code, my 2D repo, and I just said, make it in 3D. And I just started guiding through the process. Sometimes it made mistakes, but basically that's what I did. I just said, I have this open source repo, it works in 2D, make it in 3D.
Man, I wish I had AI growing up. I'll tell you how much. It wasn't that easy many years ago. Anyone else a question? Dean, go for it.
Yeah, so being in the AI track, is this, obviously, when you're saying you're using AI to help generate this stuff, is there a component here that is using AI to control the net based on the surroundings? Is that part of this particular demo? And does language or input and output factor into this? Or, and if not, that's okay, but I would strongly encourage you to be so excited if that's someplace you're going to go in the future.
Yeah, so the current approach is the input is not language yet. The way it works right now is the input is proprioceptive signals, which basically means the agent can perceive the state of its own body. So imagine when you walk, right? You don't even have to see to walk around. All you have to do is you have to perceive your current pose at any given time. And based on your current pose, you know what to do next. You know It's basically, instead of next token prediction, you have to decide how to control your muscles, basically, the next time step of the simulation. So the input is that kind of proprioceptive input, or your current pose, and the output is how you're going to control your muscles in the next time step. You just keep running that loop all the time. So right now there's no language, but you could imagine training a more powerful model where language is also part of the modality. Like, for example, maybe you could have some, I'm kind of imagining this right now because I haven't really done this, but you could say something like, walk faster, or jump, or walk for 3 seconds and then jump for 5 seconds, right? And you could imagine translating that natural language input into an actual behavior. So something that could be done. I haven't done it yet, but it's part of the training this kind of model that is more for like controlling characters.
I would give anything to talk to my dog, right? So if I'm gonna have a virtual dog, I want to be able to talk to my virtual dog and have a conversation, not just tell it what to do. So that's something
Yeah.
I would say would be really people would be excited about.
Is it really a dog then? Why don't you just get a virtual like friend?
A virtual friend.
Yeah, that's awesome. Go for it.
Yeah. So for me, my question is, in the demo, it's pretty much like a sphere, and in 3D, we have much more complex forms. Like, how would your solution solve the problem for forms that aren't sphere?
Yeah, so basically it supports any kind of mesh. So this looks kind of like a blob, but it's, you can see it kind of has 4 legs. It's very low polygon, just so I could train it in the time that I had. So I didn't want to make it super complex, but you can imagine having something, like an arbitrary mesh. So any kind of triangle mesh that you have, you can always transform it into some kind of volumetric mesh. So in 2D, a triangle mesh is enough. In 3D, for rendering, a triangle mesh is enough. But for simulation, that's not enough. We need a tetrahedral mesh. We need an actual volumetric mesh. And pretty much for any triangle mesh you can imagine, just from the surface, you can also create a full volumetric tetrahedral mesh. So if you're working with triangle meshes, we could make a volumetric shape out of that.
And then as a follow-up question, how do you direct the type of motion you want from the animal?
Say again, the type of motion?
Direct the type of motion. Like you can have a dog, but dogs move differently, not only based on their body, but their attitudes or the environment.
Yeah, so the question is about how to handle different environments or different.
How do you have the behave differently?
It's still under research. But right now it's pretty much there's a goal and then it's going to an actual.
Oh yeah, so I think you're asking about the type of behavior. So because this was trained with reinforcement learning, you have to define a reward function, which in this case is just move forward, move as fast as you can. But you can imagine doing something different, like learn to jump, for example. I've done that as well. And as long as you can specify a reward function, you could turn it to do pretty much everything. I think that's part of what I would like to see people explore. How do we make this process easier, right? Because I think there's some kind of a promise of doing things this way, but it also introduces some complexity. So I would like to, I guess it's part of what I would like to explore, how to make it easier for people to create these types of controllers.
So we have time for one more question. Sonia, go for it.
Just a really fast question. So, first of all, congratulations, and obviously you're a talented developer, which is great. This is impressive. My question though is how it feels to me like this could be used in 2D as you have that version there, or in any traditional 3D environment. So how is your project for this hackathon specific to Open Metaverse?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of the web. So basically everything here is standard for any browser. So I'm just using standard graphics libraries. I'm actually using 3JS for this, but I was also working on a WebGL version, just raw WebGL. So there's no proprietary rendering, there's no proprietary physics engine. The whole code is open source. I would also like to make it easier for people to implement the 3D version, which is not open source yet. But basically, like the basic primitives that we need are, as long as we have a way to move vertex positions, we could implement this type of thing. Yeah.
All right, a round of applause for Junior. Do you have a, wait, I'm sorry. One more question, Neil, go for it. Yes, one more.
So this is super interesting. I mean, I would love to have a conversation on how this could actually affect GLTF. The three things like physics and already. And we're trying to figure out what animation schemes for avatars and creatures. So having this feed into that discussion, I think would be awesome. Have you thought about that at all?
Not much. I know there's no. I don't think there's a good answer to that. So I don't think there's any. I don't think physics simulations are particularly standard. I don't think there's any common standard for that. So I think it's up for grabs. Like I'll be happy to discuss more. I don't think there's an existing standard for this.
I just want to give a quick background with regards to pets. We did discuss on day one on how the metaverse is going to be filled with services. And those services could be a pet that follows you around wearing your AR glasses, and you can look down and you can have different types of pets and things that you can enjoy being with, kind of like a Tamagotchi, those things when we grew up with, that this could be a version. So I think he took that idea and then created something like this that maybe can expand to something bigger. So we're going to take a quick pause. It's not going to be very long. We're going to deliberate real quickly just to go through this track, and then we'll come right back out and get started immediately on track 2. So please literally stay where you're at. We're just going to spend a couple minutes, kind of why everything is fresh, kind of make the decision, and we'll announce all the winners at the end. So literally give us just a couple of minutes, but please, we don't want to try to corral everyone over here, so if you could just hang tight, we'll be right back, okay? Thank you. Judge, do you want to join us real quick, and then we'll...
Alright guys, for all folks who are just here for the Spatial XR Mixer, thank you for joining in. We are wrapping up our hackathon for RP1, the host of the event as well as for the hackathon. Feel free to grab some drinks around the corner on the right. And make sure you guys grab a shirt if you're here for the Spatial Mixer. These shirts are for all the attendees. think, let's see, if the translation is working, I should hear something pretty soon, right?
So you're a North Campus person?
No, I'm just seeing if this is working because the translation service is supposed to work right now.
Oh, it's not working now?
The idea is like, yeah, the idea is when you go into the metaverse, you buy it about one idea. That's the service that you purchase. That's the service. It's like a thing you grab it, put it in the VR, and then you walk. Now you just have 10
I'm surprised that we're not holding this in the metaverse itself also. Like, you can get metaverse and just like host this event itself.
They do. This is my thing.
I was in the same floor, like, man.
The universe around the world.
I was one machine. You put it under this AI, you need to create an entire application. One of them is spaces, the other one is okay. Did you just data?
If everyone can come grab a seat, please. We're going to get started with track 2. Everyone come get a seat. All right, everybody. Everyone come over here. We're going to get started. If everyone can listen up, please. So, great track 1. I think we did a great job as judges in really understanding both and their complexities. We will announce the winner at the end. We're going to move on to track number 2, and for the judges, that is the tools track. So tools that you can use to develop for the open metaverse. And the very first group that's going to be up is SAO. Give them a round of applause, everyone.
Click on entire screen. Click on the screen.
So I just want to add one quick thing for all the groups that haven't gone yet. So everyone that's listening online and also that are going to come up, please make sure in the 5 minutes, not only do you focus on what you've worked on, be specific on what you've worked on this weekend, and also how it actually applies to the open metaverse. I think those are 2 key things that you want to cover because that really helps the judges understand your thought process and how it integrates to this hackathon. And so I think at this point, we're fine with bringing some things to the table, but we want to understand what has been further developed, and again, how it applies to the open metaverse and the things that you learned over the weekend. So super important to incorporate that, please. With that said, everyone, do you share screen?
It's kind of. Could you help me with that? Because I need to use the Google slides right here. Yeah, if you go to Google Meet.
There you go. You're on the screen. Now go to where you are. It says needs permission. Oh, it sees whole screen.
No, I was trying to not notice.
Yes, unplug it. Okay. There you
Oh,
go.
okay, good.
I think I got locked up in Google Meet. So why let me
All right, everyone. SAO.
Okay, we're the SAO team. Okay, here is kind of nobody talking. We're kind of making the entrance for Metaverse. Yes, really thank you for the to the RP1 teams, especially for Jim and Junior. Thank you for your assembler. It's wonderful. It's a masterpiece. And we have done our project basically just based on that. So we actually made the client for the Metaverse. The core concept for the client is we want to make the user to generate or make their spatial fabrics more easily than their self. Because if I want to use the Metaverse, the first difficulty I have encountered is I don't have any aesthetic talent, so I don't know how to make the my own rooms kind of good looking, so I can't quit like that. So we kind of want to make, okay, here is the thing we made. So we actually made a stronger word editor, just we want to make the user experience just like furnishing your home with your hand and the controllers. Here's a demonstration video. So basically, that is our main page. It's 100% web-based, so it definitely is a cross-platform. Here we actually implement the connection to the open source 3D assets. So you can, there's 50,000 3D assets you could use, you could input. So just create your own room. And here is the menu. Here you can control the object. Here is the candle right here. You can see I use the controller to move it, rotate it. And we can also scale it. Let me show you. Okay, here it is. So basically, we have implemented every steps you're gonna need. So, and indeed for that, you can see that in these panels, we have integrated the RP1 word assembler to that by just generate the JSON files and upload the object, which is a JBL files to their server, which is automatically. Okay, so here you can see that's basically the process for building your own room, right? Place a chairs, place a candle, and that's it, cozy room. So that's basically the concept for the approach one. You can see there's a lot of more details about our function. That means let's go back to the slides. Okay, so you can see that. They need code editors, and there's an object library. So powered by the RP1 word assembler, so we can just create our own spatial fabrics piece by piece. Okay, that's the approach one. So what if we don't want to make things on our own? Let's just say I'm so lazy, but I need to try this. I love Metaverse. I need to try this. So we actually provide approach 2. So generate your room by just one go. So we used the Gaussian splats to using word lab APIs to generate the word, but it's experimental functions. So it's kind of due to the limitation of the Gaussian splats. It will be some fakeness in that, and that's basically our next step. So just to generate the word and upload your own room if you're lazy and don't want to make it on your own. So in a summary, what we have. So basically, we want an entrance for users to enter the metaverse more easily than their self, just like the HTML templates for today's developer. So if you're feeling lonely, don't worry, I've got your back. We provide the metaverse entrance for you guys. And the second, if you don't have the XR devices, you're worrying about what kind of types of devices do I need to actually play with the project, no worry, because it's Web XR and 3GS and it's MetaQuest. It can integrate with any like Vision Pro. If they got the SDK, they can be integrated into that system because it's 100% Web XR based. Yes, tired of building your own system, your own rooms. It's not a really big deal. So just go ahead, click the button, and there you go. Create your own spatial fabrics, and you're officially entered the metaverse. That is what the concept of the client. Just make the user of metaverse to scale. Yes. And really thank you guys, and really thank you the RP1 teams. And really thank you first. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Wait, hold on one second. Let's see if there's some quick questions.
Sorry. Yeah. Our second demo video forgot to.
Oh, yeah. There's a 1 hour.
Don't worry, you ended with extra time. You got plenty. You can do it. You're good.
Let's just ignore my default. All right. Okay. So this is a video showing our second approach. So you can see we align the real world with our virtual world, which you can just customize your own room with the style you want. So if you don't want your own room styles, that's okay. We got you. Just the text prompt and it will generate. Okay. It's really lazy, right? Just one button and one text. Okay, that's basically, okay. I have to mention that it is aligned with the real world, so no motion sickness, no collisions, just don't worry about your safety.
All right, that was awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to open up to questions. Sonia, your number, go number one.
So first of all, you're a great presenter, so thank you for that presentation. And my question is very practical, right? I'm moving into a new place, an apartment. So when you are, would I be able, for example, with this, to scan with AR, like scan with my phone, and then build it, and then be able to see it in my headset? So what is this, answer that question.
You mean to scan it and just
Yeah, but
upload
you
it?
showed, like, I love the fact that you showed that video after, because before that I thought everything was just in VR, like, not something that you're basing it on physical reality, but then you scan, somehow you got part of the room over there, so.
Yeah.
So how are you doing that?
Okay, so first we need the real world, the point cloud, which need to be the reference to align the virtual scenes. So this point cloud is used by the, we first need use MetaQuest SDK to generate the box word, which basically you can just imagine that a word covered by box. The sofa is a white box, and that table is a white box, and basically the word is covered by box.
So you scan the room in your headset, not with a phone?
Yes,
Okay,
with
so
the headset.
pure VR, no AR there.
Actually, you can integrate the AR in
That's what I
that.
was wondering.
Because there's a way to use the depths to generate the point cloud.
Okay.
There's also SD
and I can capture the whole thing real life. So if you see, it's a bit dark, but there's a frame counter on the top. So it's essentially rendering the whole city in initially with a 360-degree view. But I beat the source code. For that, and it held a lot of compute power. So instead, I settled for the next best thing, which is rendering the whole city. And when we stop, we press view, and then we have a little recording of our video, but that's not the cool part. And give it a second. We essentially recreated our half of our city. It needs usually 5-10 minutes to do the whole thing, but essentially recreates the city or the map that we're part of. And these little dots you see, you might be wondering what they are. Well, those are avatars. Those are the people inside these are NPCs because it's RP1 stuff. But they're essentially the people inside of it. And if you see them, you have the positions, the movements of every single person inside of it. So you have the positions, the movements, and you can slide back and forth, you can play it. You can see them real time. And the original plan was to get something like an avatar. So have avatars, we render it, and for that, I need to use Unity, and I need a hell of a lot of compute power for something like that. So I settled for the next best thing, which was having them show up on this as a screen, and instead managed to get it working, and you can even download it. And the cool thing is you see the avatar's movements, and there's a little transcript of what everyone says. So and the applications for these are huge. So this is probably the first time anyone's in this world that anyone's tracked movements inside of an AR game. So for security, you can see who comes in, who comes out, their chatting, their videos. Right now it's a bit incoherent because I'm using a free model, so the Whisper free model. I believe that's what I use, an API call to that, using grok.com. So a little free model over there. So if I'm having a hard time hearing it, also the AI is gonna have. But it's cool for meetings. You can do a virtual meeting inside, and it will take notes. You can monitor security. You can essentially render a whole city, and it's good for security applications. You see who's there, who's not there, and it would be really cool to see how in forensics, if a crime is played on a constant video surveillance. You can go back, go front, see different viewpoints, see other avatars' viewpoints, if you will. So, it essentially does a lot of that right there, and then we build a good amount of it. And if you guys need more convincing, Dean over there, he loved the idea. So, yeah. So essentially we have so we have all the avatar tracking, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool. Round of applause, everyone, please.
You don't get off that easily. You gotta take some questions. So, Mr. Cernike, go for it.
Yeah. So, look, is it a modder or is it a replay tool?
It's both. It can be used in movies as well, actually. Once it's more advanced enough, and once I actually get using Unity, but that's a whole 2-week-long project at the very bare minimum. So it's kind of both. You can use it as a replay tool. See a 360-degree view of the city, and people inside of it going about their day-to-day business, ideally in the metaverse now, and it does both essentially, and it also monitors them. So it's kind of like a security tool as well. You can know who's in, who's out, see the transmission, see if anyone's not planning to be evil, taking over the world, that kind of stuff.
So if I was an insurance company and I wanted to replay what happened inside of the city, or a crime scene investigation or something like that, and if everybody to interact had some kind of tag that would put them in this metaverse, you should be able to see and replay or check against some footage or do something like that for any kind of just organization.
Exactly. So if you have a security camera or something, and you're replaying other people's footage, using AI tools to render the whole image and piece by piece recreate every possible scenario. You can see it from other people's viewpoints. You can see it from other places, viewpoints. So you can do a 360-degree view, edit it, all sorts of cool things. You can take out stuff from it and see if you missed anything. Yeah.
So it's basically what you're saying, this is a full reality audit in a digital twin.
Yeah, basically a prototype of that. Yeah, like, you know, the most you can get in like 24 hours. I built this all, by the way, from scratch from yesterday. So, yeah.
Dean, go for it. That was my question. I want a clarification. So you're using the avatar stuff to capture all of the avatars in your area and the motion and the tools coming straight out of RP1, and all this is built and conceived of starting when the company started.
Yup, and by the way, like, you know, I had a lot of help, especially from you and, you know, several other people in the room. You guys know who you are. You know, had a few help nudge myself in the right direction, and eventually, you know, I got to start working, you know, with both, you know, I know my system design from being a CS guy, and, you know, with Claude, I was able to, like, you know, do a lot of the grunt work. So, you know, with a combination of both my brain and coding skills and, you know, an agent, we were able to get this all working. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, go for it.
Were you imagining a real use case that you have an opt-in for people?
Like, could you clarify on that, please?
It seems like it's a theme of surveillance in an open metaverse potential application. So I was just wondering how you would get that opt-in okay from the person with that potentially.
Yeah, so it's like,
yeah.
so that's also another thing, right? So you have to have moderators who actually view the thing if you're using the product, right? That's also, you know, the thing on like, even any internet forum. You have moderators, you have people viewing traffic, viewing your words, and obviously, you know, if you want to say something off and mute your mic, we're not, you know, it requires explicit permissions, obviously, right? But it's also like, you know, in the words, you know, you don't want anyone planning anything, you know, bad.
One up, yeah. Have you thought about what you intend to do with this project?
Yeah, so definitely, I think the next step to improving it is definitely, I want to get a 360-degree rendering with like your. Yeah, I mean, the things are the potential is endless. Obviously, the first step is, I think, to like talk to people also in the space, see the need for it, talk to people, gather, you know, things, and then from there improve upon it. See, you know, my guess is that I'd have to use like what's its name, Unreal Engine or Unity to like actually like piece by piece recreate it or something like that. So, you know, definitely would love to improve upon this project.
I think one last quick one.
So the data, I forgot who it was. I think it was Yinch, you know, who's online. He actually had the spatial collecting thing. So he had like all the positioning and everything, and then from there I built a harness to essentially collect people's movements and store it in a JSON file. So, you know, and then like stream it out like as you're seeing right there, like in a session log and things like that. So, you know, have people, you know, have my camera capture them essentially. The people that I could at least in the video. And this works for any map, so I'm showing you Plaza mainly because that's the only place that people are speaking or NPCs are speaking, but it works for any of the maps in RP1 and theoretically, you know, if you modify a bit in the metaverse.
Thank you so much, everyone. Big round of applause. Very intriguing, because if you think of building, actually, if you don't mind, first of all, I would love to welcome a lot of people here for the XR Mixer. So I want to say thank you so for joining us. You're coming in towards the end of just the presentations for the hackathon. All I ask, if you don't mind, is if you're in this area, if you could not talk so everyone can be respectful of the time for everyone that's worked really hard to be at this event. If you do want to chat, totally fine, because it is a networking event. You're welcome to go on the other side and kind of keep your voices low. And then once we're finished, it's going to be party on, and we have a whole bunch of lots of great things we'll talk about. So thank you for joining us. I really appreciate everybody. And just a clarification, that was great. Thank you for sharing your presentation. Obviously, this is not about platforms deciding. This is what's amazing about the Open Metaverse, is that you're building for people that are going to build their own spatial fabric, which is equivalent to your own website. And so this is actually really special because these will be tools to manage that. So going next is spatial pay. Please come on up, spatial pay.
someone around here.
All right, going forward, I'm going to make a little bit of tweak on questions. We are going to, this is going to end up taking a lot of time. So priority is going to go to the judges first. So if they have any questions, and then if there is a moment, we can open it to the floor. Obviously, we'd love to talk about these projects at length, but we'll have time after the all the hackathon is over. So anyway, spatial pay, everyone. Give a big round of applause, please.
Hello, everybody. This is my first hackathon and first project. So I just want to thank everyone that's helped me for the past 2 days because everyone's been super helpful and just really awesome putting this together. So what the application is really putting together an easy interface where you imagine a world where you don't have to log into your bank account, you don't have to download an app, but you can walk into any store at any given time, and you will be able to have your bank account information visually appearing either in virtual reality or in your VR glasses. So you go to JP Morgan, what do you want to do? Do you want to make a bank transfer? Do you want to see your account balances? Do you want to make a transaction? If you're in the virtual world, you're walking around to different spaces in the metaverse. You're going into a virtual cupcake shop, and you'll be able to see the amount of money that you have to be able to transact. Another application is you're seeing other people's balances. So if you're in a game world situation where you have different folks that have, the ability to barter or trade, you can also have that application as well as an easy UI interface to apply to not just your virtual spatial area, but everyone else's. So this is what I've built. I have my dog Meatloaf as the primary visual representation for this product. And as you can see, Meatloaf is very rich. He has $300,000. So this is the visual application for what I've built. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is Meatloaf your buyer, your seller, or the product you're buying?
We are Meatloaf. So in this application, this is me walking around my virtual world. These are my balances that I have. Anyone else?
What do you think is like the real use case of like coming on the cell, right? So you walk into the shop, you see the balances, like you want to balance itself, how does it help you like to navigate what you can buy, you want to make some type of like decision, you want to trade something?
Yeah. So imagine like you're walking around at the farmer's market. Instead of going to your phone and actually going to Square app and going to pay, you're walking around with your glasses, and then you can just pull up and you're authenticated into your virtual banking app. And so in the which is the glasses version, you would be able to already be pre-authenticated into your account. So you can be able to transact without having the hassle to go into your phone and carry that around and do the transaction that way. In the virtual world area, this just gives you a quick snapshot if you were going, when services are layered into the metaverse, similar application. You'll be able to go into someone else's virtual world and actually transact in a very easy way with USDC or whatever payment type that you want. So a universal payment layer, but being able to have the UI infrastructure to be able to visualize what you have in your account.
Okay, I see.
But is Meatloaf going to help you convert with different currencies and different payment types?
He's an expert in foreign exchange, yes. You can use it in this application, which is not fully built because we had 2 days and this is a visual representation, but you would have the ability to transact in any payment type that you wish and be able to convert over blockchain, ideally.
May I ask, what is your background? Is your background in banking or coding? Like, I'm wondering how you specifically got to this decision to go to the hackathon.
My background is in finance.
That's great.
Yeah, I work for an international bank with a $3 trillion balance sheet. So I work with a lot of these applications today and have an interest in bringing this to a different world, aka metaverse or virtual reality.
That's really great.
Yeah. Cool.
Any other questions? Go for it. We'll take one from the audience. Yep.
it's less of a question and maybe more of an expansion, that the notion that if you could build into it some kind of a personal profile to the person, that when they show up to a product that they can see they have this money, but maybe it could suggest, well, maybe that's too much for you, or maybe you should go for it and splurge based on your preferences for how you should spend your money. So it's not just do you have the money, but should you be buying this, or?
Yes, you have the vision, and if I had more time on this project, the idea is to be able to have a lot of those tools baked into it. So not only are you just seeing your balances, but you're able to see, like, is this a good decision? What is my personal runway in this application if I wanted to, right? As a human, should I be buying a new Tesla, or should I be buying a used car in this case? And you're seeing the product in real time. That will be able to auto-calculate what you can do with your current balances, and we'll be like, maybe not, or let's get financing. A lot of different applications from there, but I like where you have the same vision that I have.
All right, a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much.
Next up is USD Exchange and why they're getting set up. Thank you for that presentation with Spatial Pay. It's interesting, in the metaverse, when you own your own spatial fabric, you're going to have to figure out how do you take payments. And that payments could be anything, anywhere from Venmo to PayPal to every single thing imagined, and you'll control that completely. It's not like a platform where you're forced to go through their payment systems. You own and operate your own spatial fabric, just like your website. And so it's super important that there are tools that can connect many different payments, and because this is now global, right? The metaverse, anyone can go there, interact, and be able to do things. So I can see the direction that she was going in. But yes, USD Exchange, where are you guys? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Ray, do you want to?
Not yet. Great. You're going to share your entire screen. And unmute yourself. Unmute. That's the way. Yep, I see it. Very good. Brilliant, we're ready.
All right, everyone, USD Exchange. Big round of applause. Let's get them started.
Hi, so we're USD Exchange. During the pitch, it was kind of mentioned how they want to have the ability to natively support USD. We had people coming from Meta in our team, so we kind of had some experience dealing with this previously. We did run into some